Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's turn the music down. Pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ow. Hello, everyone. Pixie is joining us shortly. I am Plucky Little Poppet. Welcome to the love stream. We're going to go through a few things quickly here. Here are the things we're going to go through quickly. Please take a moment to read the information box. I don't know if there's one under this video. I was struggling, but there's plenty on the channel. You can find the information you need. These are the prices that are standard. Something just totally fell off a shelf behind me, and there's no one here causing that. That's fun. If you have any questions, you can contact us here. And here comes Pixie. Pixie is my amazing sitter, but this is the other channel. Pixie's channel is DIYs on the cheap. She's looking at some really, really cool stuff for the holidays. You should go check that stuff out. She has much talent. Much talent. What is it that
Hello.
And then she and her beloved also have another channel called We Bought a Hoarder House. And that is another one on YouTube that you can check out and follow along. Where the heck did I put my phone? What if that one fell down? That's weird. It fell down into some universally sneaky place. Where is it? I just set it down because I was talking to you on it. Where is it? This is some weird stuff already. Stuff's weird already, Pix.
A little bit of that woo-woo.
No, a lot of that woo-woo, I'm thinking. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to turn the lights on. 1 second. Well, this is trippy. I'm unplugging the headset while I look for it because that's super weird. Because I just was talking to you on that and I set it down and it is not here. Well, girl, what's going on? Hey, Pix.
Yeah.
Can you try to call me right quick?
Sure.
That's super weird. It's super weird. All right, we're going to have her try and call. I'm going to mute because this is weird, and we'll be right back. We're going to pretend that that was totally normal.
That was planned.
No, it was pretty much clean across the room. And I didn't get up. I said to you, we're going to start. And then I hung up and set the phone on the table next to me. And then I heard that sound, right, where something fell behind me. It moved all the way behind me. So real quick, I mean, I pray anyway, but I'm going to go ahead and say, dear God and the saints, Jesus, angels, archangels, guides, ascended masters, deities across all religions and spiritualities that are in line with God's source, please watch over and protect us here. Please allow anything we do be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved, and God, and please watch all doorways, gateways, entrances, and only let those that you deem allowable into our space that you believe would be useful. And please watch over and protect our tools. Anyone that happens to witness this stream in the future or the present or the past, I don't know how that works. And thank you as ever for your guidance and protection. Very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Amen. Oh, okay. Well, something's going on.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, that was a new one. Although I guess I was singing Ghost Man in the Yard like 7 minutes ago. So, and that, just for anybody that happens to stumble across, that is not a pop song that I know about. It was just my weirdness because a ghost man showed up in my yard. And just like I've said 1,000 times, even if you're used to this stuff, even if your best friend just showed up in your living room or your backyard in the middle of the night, you'd be startled when you first saw them. And so I was startled, and so I was singing Ghost Man in the Yard. And now my phone flew off the table, basically, and hit some stuff behind me. So I'm not blaming Ghost Man in the Yard. Like, Ghost Man in the Yard could very well be beautiful protective angel in the yard. I believe there's beautiful protective angels all over the place, and I'm always really happy that they're there. But hopefully he didn't confuse my song for taunting, because it absolutely wasn't. It was just me being a moron, because that's the normal thing I do. So earlier, before Adventures in Middle School, you were telling me, Pixie, that, oh, really quick, guys, like, hi, I'm Poppet, and I do readings here. Pixie does the sitting. We've already talked about her other awesome channels. Yeah, readings are available if you are interested. And often that happens later in the stream when our friends across the pond awaken. Across the many ponds, some of them. So we've got some friends that come from Africa, the Netherlands, and Ireland, which is across the pond, and the UK. And so we're going to chit chat. So, but if you need a reading, we're here. So you were saying that young woman who, I guess, whose name we won't say, is now engaged?
Yes, she is.
I would still like to know where she met this person.
I'm not sure where they met, but I do know what he does.
Is it in line with pets? Anything?
No, he's a welder.
Interesting. Well, I certainly hope she's happy, but it makes me wonder if he's one of the 2 or 3 that were coming before Mr. Perfect.
Right.
We'll see. I hope
Yep.
in this case I'm wrong, because this is her first engagement, I'm assuming.
Yes. It is.
And I'm taking it that that's recent.
Yes. Like
And how
within the past 4 or 5 days.
and how does her roommate feel about that, since they're so close?
Well, he didn't say one way or another. He just told me that she was engaged. And I mean, apparently he likes the dude, so.
Oh, well, that's good. That's important in this scenario.
Yeah, which means he must be good to her, so that's what's important.
Yeah, that's all we could want.
Yep.
I still want to know how they met.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know too.
Because if he brought a pet in somewhere, that would be a ringing endorsement for him in my book.
Yeah. I didn't ask. I'll have to ask, find out.
Because they were supposed to meet at work, her and whoever Mr. Perfect is. It was never decided what he did, but what it was decided is they're going to meet at work. But I don't know. Does she work in more than one place still?
No, she just works at the dentist office.
Oh, I forgot she switched. Well, so yeah, she can't meet anybody at a pet hospital. She's not there anymore.
But who knows? He may have come into the dentist office. I don't know.
That'd be cute. See his tartar before she knows his teeth are clean before they do when they kiss him. He's a sweetheart. I hope he's wonderful.
Yeah, me too.
And we at least know they were certain that she was never going to get another one like the ex, which was good. That's very exciting.
Yeah.
So, does your kiddo want to be the maid of honor, man of honor, or the flower girl? I've asked so many of my friends to be the freaking adult flower girl, like, for so many years, and they all made me the stupid, like, maid of honor, and or best man or whatever, and I was like, they were like, it's silly to have adults do it. And then there was that whole huge trend, right, during the pandemic, especially, where they were having smaller weddings, and it'd be like the bride's 2 brothers were the flower girl. And I was like, see, I have been telling y'all forever that's awesome. The flower girl is the best job.
Yeah, I'm not sure which, because he don't, you know him, I have to pull information out of him, so.
Well, and I mean, hopefully they're just enjoying their engagement, and it's not like she doesn't seem to be like somebody that's going to be a gnarly bride anyway. So
yeah,
she's sweet, so.
She is. She's very sweet.
But I had a man of honor. But he also is my kiddo's godparent.
That's what I figure he would be, is her man of honor, but we'll see.
See, I think you can be the secret person of honor and still have the fun of being the flower girl. I kept talking. I was like, I'm not trying to get out of throwing your parties and stuff. I just want to be the flower girl. That's all. They get much more playful, colorful dresses and outfits, and they get to throw stuff. I want to do it. And I know I'm getting long in the tooth, but I'm still not giving up. Pixie, if you do your vows, I want to be a flower girl.
You want to be the flower girl?
I do. I'll do it with a bunch of kids. That's fine with me. I'd be happy about that. Throw stuff back and forth.
Marcy said if we renew our vows, she wants to be the flower girl, damn it.
Wait, who's Marcy? Oh, she's your sister. I forgot.
But then you got Plucky that says, no, I want to be the flower girl.
That's right. We're going to have to fight over it.
He said, well, he said, whichever will have to come to Florida.
Well, hopefully by then I'll be travel ready. I don't know. It's hard enough for me to like do things out of the house these days because I'm so ill-adjusted to it. I'm like, am I outside where other people can see me? No, I'm supposed to be hidden away. But heck, it'll be on the beach. It'll just be mostly dolphins that see me anyway.
He said,
will be on September 27th, 2028.
He said he'll send the coordinates. It'll be on September the 27th, 2028.
Woo, 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 2028 in Florida, baby. That's a good time of year to go, too. Because kids are back in college, so it's not too nuts. And snowbirds aren't quite snowbirding as much.
Yeah, it's my favorite time of the year to go. Because no crowd, weather's still perfect, water temperature's still perfect.
Yeah. My people come from Florida. Flo-yo.
Flo-yo.
When I saw the other ocean on the West Coast the first time, I was insulted.
Right?
Gone east or to the Gulf, and had no stupid idea how cold that other ocean was.
So me either.
I was like, to me. I mean, I ignored all the signs on the beaches, thinking, "Oh, these people are pansies." And then I stepped in August, right? Like, and it was frozen, and I was like, "No."
August, shit. We went in July.
Yeah.
And
see?
Yeah, we were just like so dumbfounded. Me and my sister was like, "Oh, let's go get our feet in the water," and we were like, "Oh, screw that."
Yes, I was so confused. I was like, that is not an ocean. I don't know what that is. That's an iceberg with a little bit of floaty stuff on top.
Right?
That's not an ocean. What's wrong with this picture?
Right.
Speaking of oceans, the last couple of days of sick time, I don't know why, I got fixated on, I mean, I tend to watch things that I like just don't care about, like, or that are easy to watch or whatever, so that, because I can't really focus. It's not a time to learn a lot for me or whatever. But somehow wound up where I was watching a whole bunch of, specifically, however I got there, storytellers from Haiti, Haitian storytellers, and they were telling primarily stories about real experiences with mermaids.
Yeah.
That are so much more, an active part of lore if you're from an island nation, And
right.
Some of them were talking about which alien nation they believed they were from. some of them were talking about them more like they were ancient, beings, but they were telling a lot of stories that had run through their individual like families and villages about mermaids and their recruitment program for human females primarily to be recruiters, and how you would go for training. I don't know. I wound up watching a whole bunch about mermaids, in primarily like the Caribbean area. I'd fall asleep and wake up, and there'd be more. I was like, I had no idea there were this many. Specifically, now two of them, I wish I could remember their channel names, because I'm like full on in love with two of these young ladies, because they're amazing storytellers and they're adorable as all get out. And one of them is primarily just a storyteller. The other one is quite spiritual and talks about being both Christian but having some family members that dealt in voodoo. Some as like how some people take like anything witchy as to be sort of trendy, and some take it as spirituality, and they had sort of split experiences in their families. Some were just doing it because, and some were like priestesses and priests and stuff, and they're cool stories. And so the girl that's quite spiritual does a lot of other cool stuff too, like energy clearing music and different types of like meditative prayers, and she's adorable and super fun. So hopefully I can figure out her name sometime. She doesn't need any help from me, right? She's got a healthy channel, but she's still fun and worth watching, that's for sure.
I was telling the hubs yesterday, I had the strangest dream yesterday. And what's so weird about it is like I had woke up at one point, and like later on when I fell back asleep, it was like I was having the same dream. But it was so weird. It was his stepmother.
Okay.
And she was telling me she was wanting us to take two of her pets, because her and his dad's eyesight had gotten so bad, and these were tiny pets, and they were worried they were going to step on them and hurt them.
Interesting.
Okay, so one of the pets was this little miniature dog that would fit in the palm of your hand.
Wow.
Okay, but that ain't the weird part. The weird part was the other pet.
Okay.
The other pet was a miniature elephant that would fit in the palm of your hand.
That's so interesting. I love dreams like that.
It was so weird. I was like, but all I could think about was how cute this little miniature elephant was.
Did they have names? Do you remember? I always wondered that.
I don't remember. I just kept fascinating over this elephant because he was so cute, and he'd like swing his little trunk back and like give you a kiss with it, and it was just so cute. I was like, gosh, that is so weird.
That's one of those dreams where if you accidentally wake up, you're like, I want to go back.
Right?
I want to go back. And sometimes when you can, that's the best, right? Where you're like, I want to go back, and then you do, you're like, yes!
Uh-huh.
I cracked the code somehow.
Yeah, I was so glad that, like, when I went back to sleep, I, like, picked up because I wanted to see the little elephant again. He was so cute.
That's darling. Now, did you ever tell Mr. Just about those other things that came up in your reading? Like, I don't know if I'm in trouble or not.
What other things?
They're miniature animals, too. And they actually came up in one of your last readings.
Actually, I think I did.
Okay, wasn't sure. Because it was like before, I went away for a while. So I was like, I don't know if I'm in trouble.
No. Not in trouble.
Well, not officially, anyway. He's probably like, dang it. You and them goats. It's like,
Yeah, I
look,
think he's.
a few
I
years
think
back
he's.
she wanted them.
Yeah,
And
I think he's
said
come
it
to the
wasn't time.
realization. I think he's come to the realization that it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of when.
Because there was a few years back, right, where he was like, score, because I was like, no, it's not time yet. So you were the one that was like, no. And I was like, oh man, I just switched teams. I'm in trouble. Baby goats. The baby goats are coming. Oh man, I'm even remembering some of that reading now, where it was like they were even specific about like
Yeah,
probably going to be siblings.
yes, I did tell him because I was telling him how they would be like siblings, but adoptive siblings.
Yeah, that was a lot of detail. I was like, this is
No, it was like,
very
wow.
specific goat information. Like,
Yep. Yep.
very specific goat stuff. And then it was like, I know it was like, okay, but if you can't find those two by this point, you should go ahead and just get two brothers. And it was just like, okay. I appreciate that there's a backup plan lately, but I've been asked to. Like, I've been asking more for like backup plans and second best options and stuff like that, because a lot of us don't seem to want to take the first best option, right? So it's like, what's second best? And they'll be like, well, second best is this. It's like, thank you guys for being willing to negotiate.
Right?
I'm sure it's making some people happy. They're probably not going to do that either, but you know, makes me feel like I tried. I tried, y'all. I was negotiating the best I could for you. So, yeah. So Pixie has been doing a lot of holiday preparation, and it's not even the spooky holiday stuff. And she just had a wedding anniversary this past Saturday. Happy anniversary.
Thank you, thank you.
And her boyfriend was romantic all week. She got flowers. Lucky ducky. Quack.
I got Christmas trees.
I know. Talk about some big bouquets. Those were two huge
Right?
bouquets. She went out to secret restaurant dinner over the state line. It was fancy.
Yeah, I didn't even know that place existed, but that was nice to know because that's someplace different to eat since we ain't got much of a choice here.
Yeah, we're talking about it. That's why I was like, you're manifesting fast, and because like all of the stuff you've been talking about, your aunt and like we don't have anywhere to eat and Christmas stuff and work stuff, and it all like was like, hey, you want to find out all of that in one day? Come with me.
Right? Bam, bam, bam. There you go.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, somebody's at least thinking about meditating. They were like, well, you know, since it's new, her thinking about it's good. That's
better than not doing nothing.
Right. It's like, you know, some people don't try anything. She's at least considering it. That's the first step anyway. If thoughts are things and all of that lovely stuff, then hooray.
Yeah, but remember, I actually have been meditating with my crafts because that's when I like going to. That's when I go into La La Land.
I know. You've been doing it a long time. I think, oh yeah, they're saying the only thing they would change is like what you listen to.
Oh, my music. My music.
I love my music too, right? And And they're not saying don't listen to your music. They're just saying add something in, but I don't know what. I'm assuming it's probably more of that like healing tonal stuff. Is that what you guys are talking about? Yeah. Had to listen for a second. Yes. So would y'all make suggestions in the next couple of like weeks or days or whatever? They're like, duh. Duh. Oh, also, like that reading you had a couple weeks ago about the healing forest and stuff, that stuff blew right open too. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, right?
Girl.
Yeah, that was
Enormous.
yeah.
And I mean, think about it. I know like right now it's like that was a lot, but down the road just a little bit, the amount of healing that is probably already done is nuts.
Yeah, for sure.
Not just for you, but for you, too.
Yeah.
The fact that he like opened up and just let her rip in front of you too, like that says something as well. It's just fascinating to me.
Yeah, just the emotion just caught me off guard.
Yeah, I understand why, but it's still it's super cool.
Yeah,
It's super cool. Like it's like the universe is not holding out on you. It is answering, which is nice.
yes.
Maybe you're a Mabon girl like I turned out to be.
A what?
Mabon, like a autumn equinox, because that's for me, like, when I like actually started like meditating and observing it in a specific way, accidentally, by the way, like it was like I'm just doing this meditation because I'm doing a lot of them, but like that's when for me in that season when a lot of stuff started changing.
Yeah.
And like, some people would say it's when you're going into shadow season, and it is technically, like if you're talking about the way some people follow, spiritual calendars and things, but regardless, it's like a ton of like rapid fire, like growth and change. And for me, like the first time, like, that I did any meditation at that time, like things just blew wide open. And I already felt like I had been blown plenty. So, I mean, we definitely are the same soul family. We're the same family star, that's clear. So maybe we're like autumn growers or something.
Could be. I should have wrote down like around the time like when my other spurts like really took off.
Well, some of them have been coming on for so long, but maybe you could pinpoint it just based on like what else was going on in life at the time.
Yeah, I'll just have to think about it.
Because I mean, growth is all the time, but like the first time I had like a meditation where my freaking spiritual wings popped open, right? That was a Mabon meditation. Yeah. And then,
well, and I think like when I really started like seeing stuff more, I think was like toward like at the end of spring.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when we were doing like, yeah, it would have been because we were doing the box a lot and you were seeing stuff behind me and stuff. Right around when poor Lily and Jack went missing.
Yeah.
And that was in May.
Yep.
That was in May. Talking about cases, no, actually, before I'm trying to pause and stop before I bring this case up. I don't know if I want to, because I don't know if I want to get big answers on it, because I think there's a lot of funky energy there. And there always is in a case. I'm talking about this one.
Yeah.
I think pretty big. You probably already know what I'm talking about, but in terms of like cases that are really public right now. Because you watch all that stuff too, don't you?
Yeah, for the most part.
So yeah, you can probably guess which one I'm.
The only one that really sticks in my mind is the little girl that was found in the rapper's trunk.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. I just haven't been sure if I want to say his name out loud at all.
Yeah.
I know what it is, but I'm not sure I want to say it. Because I think that shit rolls pretty deep. Sadly, I don't think it's just a him and her issue.
Mm.
While I'm sure he did not do anything great, I don't think it's just a him and her issue. And I don't really know if we should go there. Cha-cha-cha. Maybe on a date when my phone hasn't flown across the room. Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. I don't know what's up with me. I'm just glad to feel even a little bit better.
Yeah.
Happy.
You seem to have bounced back pretty good this time.
I don't know. I'm a little worried that I'm running on weird fumes. I'm still not completely properly on the bus.
Yeah.
All palliatives will be here as of Friday, but heck, it's already
usually by this time you're just still like, a little out of it, a little groggy.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think I still sort of am, but like I just came out of the box like I want to do stuff. So that's why I was like, okay, we better extra double pray here, because just in case we're a little bit of a weak sauce, we're gonna ask for some extra help. As if I don't always, because heck, we all need it. Everybody should be asking.
Yep.
That whole ask and it will be yours thing in the Bible is not a lie.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yes. Now, oftentimes it's not exactly how people want it to look, and they get bummed out by that, but you do receive. And you have to truly ask, too. There's a difference between that game a lot of us sort of play with prayer. Like,
yeah.
Well, I would sort of like this. No, it's not asking.
Yeah.
That's a weird passive-aggressive game we all seem to play with God and the universe. I would sure like this. Or maybe I would kind of like that. That's not. May I please? May I please have your help, please? May please? It's different. Good golly. Okay, this is the second orange that broke. Let's try this orange. Running out of orange. Got to go back on the beginning of the week and do bunnies. That's what I'm calling the show.
Bunnies.
That's what I'm calling it, because we're bunnies. But I can't remember what it's actually called. Respectfully, I don't mean this mean, because I'm not saying it's bad. It's not a bad show, but it's a pretty dark show for bunnies.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
The show I'm doing.
Oh,
We're
gotcha.
We're actual bunnies.
You're actual bunny. Okay, gotcha.
We are actual bunnies.
Hey, I was a bunny once.
A real hard time. You were.
I was. I had to play the Easter bunny when I worked at Walmart years ago.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
That might have been one of the best parts of Walmart, huh?
Yeah. And my kids were like, "Mama, I know that's you. I know them teeny shoes."
You're like, I wasn't trying to hide from you guys. This isn't the real
Right?
Easter bunny anyway. I'm just helping. I'm an Easter bunny helper, for heaven's sake.
Yep.
Mama, I know that's you. That's so cute. Well, kids, you just blew the lid off this.
Right?
I totally thought I'd completely
Boom.
transformed into bunny. But yeah, I'm going to call the show, again, I don't remember what it's called, but I'm going to call it Very Sad Time for Bunnies, Bunnies, Bunnies. You know, when you get through the table read and everybody's crying, it's a sad time for bunnies, bunnies, bunnies. And I mean, it's clever, right? Because it's going to catch people off guard. It always does when you're doing something cutesy, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like that whole thing in cartoons, right? Where it's an adorable little creature with a Molotov cocktail.
Right.
So they'll be like, aha, I'm setting myself up for comedy. And it's like, no, you're not. I hope you haven't had too much to drink tonight. How about that? Because I don't want you to leave super sad. It's a sad time for bunnies. And a sadder time for playwrights. Shit. It's not like this. The story's not like this, but do you remember the movie The Secret of NIMH?
Mm-hmm.
It messed me up as a kid. Because they had pitched it, right, as like just like another family summer movie.
Right.
And then it's like freaking, you know, a bunch of animals in a freaking test lab, you know?
Yeah.
And I bet a lot of parents were like, what the hell did I just take my child to?
Mm-hmm.
You had all these little cutie pies in the commercials, and then what is this? I would be mad if I took my 3-year-old.
Oh yeah.
To see that. And I was pretty little. I can't remember how old I was, but like it stayed with. It's still. I haven't ever watched it really again because I don't want to think about it. It was sad and scary. It was like, yeah, okay, yes, technically in all Disney movies, something scary happens, right? Like Bambi's mom and that kind of stuff. But then there's a lot of other nice, sweet redemption type stuff. It's a children's thing for a reason. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if they just misadvertised that or what. But I think people today would be shocked to know what passed for children's entertainment at a certain point.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm shocked at a lot of today's children entertainment.
Are you?
I am, and I would say at least over the past, I guess, 10 years.
Are you thinking of anything in particular?
No, not really. Well,
I'm trying to
like they tried to pass like The Simpsons off as a kid show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean,
Um.
a long time ago now, people figured that out,
Well,
right?
yeah,
That was like started before Adult Swim, when
yeah,
they had to pretend all cartoons were for kids, and then they figured out, hey, you know what? We don't have to do that. We can have
yeah.
cartoons for grown-ups. But yeah, no, I'm in the beginning. Like I remember, like The Simpsons rolling up, and my mother be like, "No!" Like we'd start watching, she'd be like, no, 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 no. I don't know what this is and why it's on prime time, but no. But like the Dark Crystal, even back in the day, was like pretty intense.
Yeah. But like also too, like some of these Disney movies, like I'm just now realizing certain parts in that movie that I've never noticed before. And I'm like, what the hell's
It was always in there.
yeah, and it's like I never ever noticed it until somebody pointed it out. And I was like, oh, that's not cool. Mr. Disney.
Yeah. No. I mean, things just used to be harder core in general, too. I mean, freaking the Pirates of the Caribbean ride had actual human skeletons.
Right?
They still have two that they haven't removed. You go through there. Some
Yeah, that's crazy.
like, I'm Disney famous.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I've watched a few people that like do spirit box things, take them to Disney, and that's always a trip and a half.
Yeah. What, babe? Oh, I know. You're not going to see nothing. I know. You're not going to see anything. But, we found out all about the autopsy, too. He took her himself down south to his brother-in-law. I know, because he took her to his brother-in-law. I understand that, but he took her to his brother-in-law.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. He's talking about he was saying how there's still nothing. There's been absolutely nothing on the DA's wife still.
Oh,
and I was like,
that for your sake, because of what I
yeah. And I was like, well, of course not. I was like, since then we found out that he personally took her body to South Louisiana to the coroner, who happened to be his brother-in-law.
Does that mean it was her brother? Or
I
know
on
the other side, because that'd be real sad if that's her brother.
I think it was the brother-in-law on the other side.
I hope so.
So I was like, yeah, hello. I mean, that tells you right there you're not going to hear anything.
No.
And like I was saying, I have never heard, number one, I've never heard of anybody going to South Louisiana for an autopsy. They always send our people to Little Rock for autopsies. Always. So that was a big red flag there. But number two, for him to take her himself.
Yeah, I told you,
I mean,
really early on, it was like,
yeah.
But in the beginning, we had conversations about, well, could it have been that he just got lucky? No.
Yeah. We did read some interesting news not too long ago that they are fixing to bring charges up against our lovely mayor.
Well, that's good.
So Jimmy was like, I just can't believe they hadn't charged her with anything yet. I said, look, I'm telling you. I was like, this auditor that they brought in, he's waiting. He's waiting till he goes through everything so that he can get everything he can to charge her with. Because if he charges her now and then finds something later, he's not going to be able to bring it in.
Yeah.
And that seems to be what's happened.
Last mayor got 10 months. And big old restitution fund.
So,
Yeah. Just for the record on the internet, these guys live in New Mexico. New Mexico. Not old Mexico.
but
Cripes.
yeah, so much.
But that's so much. I mean, for a small town, that's just so much, dude.
Yeah, I mean, and I call ours is like an extra small town.
Yeah,
You
I know.
So,
There's so much going on. Like,
yeah,
it's like,
and
bro.
the chief's court appearance got postponed.
Jeez.
Yeah, because the judge is fixing to excuse himself.
Mm-hmm.
So they got
We
to
talked
find.
about that. Remember? That
Yeah.
came through.
Yeah. So they got to find another judge to come in and take care of all that.
Dang. Dang, dang, diggity dang.
But I mean, it's probably best that he did that so that nothing screws it up. So.
No, I mean it's a way better option than sitting, at the bench and intentionally screwing things up.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because given the evidence, it's like he's screwed regardless, but it's best not to give him the chance to have it thrown out because of something else,
Yeah. I mean, the judge is probably doing the right thing in this case.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Even though it's probably hard in that scenario to have to do that.
Well, it's a damn shame we got to do it in the first place.
Yes.
And it's a damn shame that this is the third mayor in a row who has embezzled money from our city.
That's intense.
It's like the last mayor got 10 months in prison and how many years? 10 years probation and $30,000 restitution.
Wow.
And she didn't do nearly as much as this one has.
You fucking use public funds for private use and all that.
Yeah, but so has this one. But a lot more.
Yeah, that one's bankrupt y'all a lot more.
Yeah.
Well, no wonder. No wonder a crook wanted the job because the crook had it the last time. They were like, "Oh, that looks like an easy gig."
Yeah, but what kills me is all these people around here are griping about it, but yet they're the same people who didn't get out and vote because they didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
So it's like,
You're right. But that's the part
you want stuff to change, then you need to get your butt out there and vote.
You could be Vanessa Poland, which is related to Furlock, which is married to Lewis. He is his fucking brother-in-law.
Yeah, that's what I said. And it's his wife's brother, right?
By marriage. His sister's husband. Her sister's husband.
Her sister's husband was the coroner, not his. Oh wow.
I thought, oh man,
Wow.
that's just gross for so many reasons.
That's right.
That's awful.
That's kind of a little surprising there.
And just unkind.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, I know that you have nothing to do with this, but clean it up for me, and it's your
Yeah.
loved one.
Right.
That's not cool.
Mm-mm.
Probably means there's quite a few scared people too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's nutty. The whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy.
But from like day one, it was real
Oh,
clear
yeah.
something was so off.
I mean, oh yeah, and anybody with half a lick of sense could tell something was off.
I mean, just even the day, the fact it was Mother's Day,
Yeah.
and that she's a mama, like, no, no, no.
Oh, we got somebody in here.
Joey.
Yeah.
Hey, Vals, how are you? I don't know. Did you get to talk to Pixie when you were in here before?
I don't recognize the name, so I was probably snoozing.
Potentially. How are we? We're I think both okay. A little crazy, but what are you gonna do? Oh, you were snoozing. You were snoozing, Pixela. Okay, you saw it. I see. Now, Val, help me out. Because I think you've been in once, right? And did we read? I might be confusing you with someone. Okay, that's what I thought. There's somebody else, Starbringer, who was somebody I did a reading about work specifically for them, and I was like, there's Starbringer and there's Starseed. I want to make sure I'm right. I thought that was you. So Pixie, this is the lovely lady from Ireland, and you were snoozing. And we had that lovely, at the same time, that lovely lady from Canada at the same time. And I think maybe a Nigerian lady. Well, how are things going? I hope things are going well. Why did you think of me? Hopefully, what did I do? What did I do wrong, Vals? Help me. How is everyone? How are your babies? And how are you? Things are good here. Ah, yay! Right at the top. Yeah, girl. That's so wonderful. I hope so. The thing I remember, I did remember it was like November at the latest. And so I was like, I've thought about you a few times and been like, sort of meditatively and prayerfully said, is there any way that can speed up? The thing I remember was it was going to be after a court date. You had a court date that was sort of unrelated, but they said it was going to be like around that time, is the way I remember it. And so since then, I've sort of prayed and asked, like, is there any way it could be sooner? Like, I know November's way better than December or the new year, but could it be sooner? Yeah, they said, because it was like, I remember the court date part because it was like, does that have to do with why, like, there's movement? And they were like, not really. That's just the deadline, something, or the right way to tell you about the timing. And then the other thing I remembered is towards the end, Max, right? Is that your brother? I'm pretty sure your dad was coming through. Oh, well, you have a big heart too. You came in with wonderful energy. You're going to ask Pixie. I talked about it. It was like, it was such good energy. That's probably why you're sleeping so good. It couldn't have been because it was 7 a.m. our time. Nothing to do with that. And how are your babies? Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure your dad was coming through trying to use those rods, because I remember when people start, yeah, it was crazy. We were pretty loopy towards the end there, but I had a good time. That's why I remembered it. Sometimes during some things I can't remember, and I certainly can't remember everything at all, ever, but I'm glad you're on the list and that they're moving you up. Any word on that school, that with the smaller school with the better principal? Oh, I'm sorry about that. It's just too overstimulating, probably, especially if they're not equipped to be helpful in ways they need to. I'm sure it's overwhelming. I don't know if our grade levels are the same. What grade level is he? Yeah, I text the principal from the smaller school a lot. She's a friend now. I told her I might be over her way soon and keep me in the prayers. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad she's a friend now, because even if you don't make it to that school, which I felt like last time they were sort of saying you would, but even if you don't, like, that's a person with resources and information. And so just having her on your team, that's wonderful. I'm glad she's your friend and a good human. Oh, that's so good. It felt like you felt, confident in like her knowledge and understanding about things over like where kiddos are now. Like that she had superior knowledge and skill and probably a heart for it too, right? Because some people can know everything, and if they don't have the right heart for, and it's not necessarily people's fault if they've stumbled into an area that they think they're interested in and it's not suitable for them and they find out later, right? But it's better when you can find somebody that aligns with what you need and has a heart for it, like is in the right place for themselves too. And that's a wonderful thing. Yay! I know there was one like specific space you sort of felt like might be a possibility, although he was telling you it was going to be later. I still was, at least last time, I was feeling strong energy about that place being still a possibility. The one, I think you said it needed work, but like, I don't know if we ever talked about what work it needed, because I kept thinking like, I'm sure it needs work, but it didn't feel like it was totally falling down either. Do you feel like it's totally dilapidated, or is the work like a feasible thing? What the things that it needs? Your dad's around you a lot. Like he's already around now. I know, because last time he was whistling and I'm hearing whistling. Ooh, well, I hope they're starting. We'll have to keep that in the prayers and meditations. Let me take a note about that. I can make a sigil about it another time. House. We want it 20 minutes or less from school. Yeah, he was moving the rods, and I heard he's around now because he was whistling last time, and I'm hearing whistling. There's case workers on to the housing department on behalf. No pushing. Yes. Oh, good. I knew it felt good. Now I'm glad they're working on it. I'm glad to know that like the energy that was out there floating around is now like actually manifesting into people that can help. That's amazing. Good. It is urgent. You deserve a safe, happy place for your babies and yourself that's within a good distance for the schooling they need, and we are going to manifest that. Well, I think when I asked you, you said it was, you totally deserve that. Keep believing that. I know sometimes we all have a hard time, right? Like when we get down on ourselves, being like, well, things don't happen for me like that or whatever, but you deserve that. You are a hardworking, loving mother. God gave you exceptional children for a reason. At the time I did, we'll have to look at the cards and see what they say, but like at the time, I remember feeling pretty strongly that it was tied, like it was all tied together in like in a surprisingly happy little bow. Because I was worried. I always worry, because the guides are going to tell us the truth. But I'm always like, please let it be good news. I want to be the good news lady. If I can be. I don't always get to be the good news lady. I've tried to learn, if I'm the bad news lady, to give it with, yeah, but yeah, I'm going to look at the cards here in a second. I am checking my meds situation out here. Oh, that's why. My body was like, we got to do that. So we'll take care of that. Are you able to be around for a few minutes? Let's see. What time is it where you are? Are we 6 hours apart or are we 7? Is it 8:24 where you are? Or is it 9:24 where you are? I get confused because when we have our time change here, I get confused. Okay, good. Good. All right, then I'm going to take care of that real quick. 8:24. Okay, good. See, I have a love interest in I have a love interest that lives just outside of London. So I know his maths. Matter of fact, he just sent a message. He was like, good morning. And he's lovely. All right, Pix and Val, I'll be right back. I'm going to go take care of that so that I can pull some cards. I don't know if I'm going to travel to meet him, but I do believe at a certain point we will meet. He travels a lot more than I do. All right, Pix, I'll be right back. Lady. What?
I said, okie dokie.
Okay, well, here's Val and here's Pixie.
Hi, Val. Glad to see you're doing well. Actually, I am listening to music. Same to you. How is, oh, I like all kinds of music. Anywhere from oldies but goodies, country. I'm not really picky. I like some rap, not all rap, but some rap. But I'm really drawn to like um 70s music. Yeah, it's upbeat also. I don't know. I just find myself drawn to like the 70s era. Of course, I'm Gen X, so I guess that's par for the course. Yeah, it's 1960 through 1980, I believe is what Gen X is. If you were born 1960 through 1980. Let's see. Okay, it's 1965 through 1980.
I'm not quite back, but I'm peeking in. You're a millennial, baby Val. You're a millennial girl. That's your generation.
Yep.
Which is
Also known as Gen Y.
Are they? See,
And
I
it
don't know
is
what I'm talking about.
19. Well, so this says it's 1977 through 1997, or
See, there's a
1981
crossover.
through 1996.
Yeah, see, there's a crossover, right? Because I'm called like an exlennial, a gazillennial. I don't know how to say the X in front of it. Exlennial, zillennial. I'll be right back. I was just being nosy. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I love watching those Gen X things on like TikTok and Facebook Reels. They're so funny, but they're so true. Every last bit of it's true. Yeah, it's really cool. You know, you got these people talking about how, us Gen Xers we're made of sterner stuff because we got our water from a water hose, and we didn't have to be. We had to be in when the street lights come on, and we rode our bicycles barefooted. Just all kinds of crazy stuff, but it's true. I was telling Poppet not too long ago that I was watching this one lady from the UK talking about Gen X, and I thought how it was so cool that that's where like we're all just alike. Like especially when it comes to Gen Xers, because it's like they did the same exact things we did in the States during that time. So it's cool. It's nice that we can like be on the same level there. It is sad that the world isn't safe now. But I don't know if it's any less safe, or if it's the fact that now that we have the internet we're more aware. I'm not sure which it is. But I know like as a kid, we never thought about getting snatched off of our bicycle. But then again, our parents didn't constantly fear about us getting snatched either, so it's kind of hard to tell which it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true in a lot of ways, but when it comes to Gen Xers, though, I think we have, which we probably should have more fear than we do, but I think we actually have less fear than most because of the way we grew up. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's really hard to tell since the internet came along. I mean, I would think that just as much happened then as it does now, but we just hear more about it now because of the internet. Or it's because of the internet you realize what a scary place the world is. Whenever back before internet, you just worried about your community or your town or your local TV stations.
The thing about monkeys, why they're still monkeys.
Because you didn't back in my day. I mean, I remember when cable first came out. So before then, we just had our local channels, and like where I lived, we had two local channels that we could actually pick up. Well, actually, three if you counted PBS. But like our local channels that we picked up, it only dealt like within a 30-mile radius of where I live. So you never heard anything about the other states. But now, sadly, with the internet, you hear about it all. And it's like, me and my dad were talking the other day about, when I was a baby, back then car seats were only for the rich folks. So if you weren't rich, you just kind of laid your baby on the back seat. We wouldn't dare dream of doing that nowadays.
Well, no, it's illegal now.
Yeah.
And then the contraptions they had before our generation, whoo! I don't know if you've ever seen. Have you seen pictures?
Yeah.
Those. Well, I mean, the old car seats, like the original ones that were insane. But then, the ones where they had, like in New York tenement buildings, they had those baby
the cages.
They would set the in New York City. You can find pictures all over.
Mm-hmm.
And in
of the cages for babies to get fresh air. Yeah, it was crazy.
They'd put a giant cage outside their window on the freaking 20th story and put the baby out in the cage so it could have some air.
Mm-hmm. Right, 8 kids in the back of a car. It's like back in my day, it was nothing. It was nothing for us to hop in the back of a pickup truck to go wherever we were going. It didn't matter. Yeah. It didn't matter how far we were going.
No. Nope.
I mean, it was just, second nature to us. Just,
Stop. Stop. Are you talking about the baby cages, or what are you talking about?
yeah, she's for real. You'll have to look that up sometime. It's crazy.
I'm actually gonna look for the link now because it's worth sharing. Hold on a second.
Yeah, it'll make you say, wow. But like also back then, like when I was born, it's like my very first crib was a dresser drawer.
If I can share my screen. Let's see here. Can I share my screen? I can. I'm going to try this. I don't know how it's going to do. Share screen. Okay, we're going to see how this goes. Can you all see this? These are the baby area. Can you see that, Hicks?
I see nothing.
Okay, hold up here. I got to click on this. Hold up now.
Oh, wait. Oh, yes. Yes, I see it now.
Let me do this for a second. Nope, that's the wrong one. Dang it.
You had it right.
All right. Let me enlarge it over here.
Yeah, these are crazy.
Area cages in New York. Now here you can see, right here, you see a lovely mother looking out the window way high up in the air, and her baby's in this cage outside. This one right here, this child, is at least freaking 15 stories up, just kicking it.
Mm-hmm. Not a care in the world.
Now, that's a fancy one right there. That's a rich person's one right there. Look at that one. Hold on. The Bizarre History of the Baby Cage.
Yeah, it's like,
it has to be even more recent than we think, right? Because they're photographs. So that means, this was way more recent than we think it was.
I remember so many times hopping in the back of the car and laying on the back, like where the back windshield is.
Look at that. Look at that. This one's made of net. That's net. That's not even a cage. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's just a fishing net with a toddler and an infant.
No, that's crazy.
That's insanity. All right, I'm going to take it away now because that's just crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But I didn't even think about that till now. There's photographs. That means that was way more recent than I thought it was. In my head, it was like, oh, it's the 1900s. No. It's got to be the 20s and 30s. It said some of them, I passed that article, it said some of them were in some tenements up to the early 60s. It's like, what? Dangle your baby over Manhattan, ladies and gentlemen. What? Now, I don't know. Maybe they had them in London, too. I've never looked to find out. But they definitely had them in New York and any other, like, medium to large size city in the United States. That's crazy.
It's like, I wonder, like, how many kids these days would actually go outside and drink from a water hose?
I still would.
I would too. I mean, because I did it all when I was a kid, Yeah. It's like you didn't have a choice because you got locked out of the house during the day.
Yeah. Yep. Yes. The house wasn't for children unless it was or winter, and it had to be pretty cold.
Yep.
The house wasn't for children. Go out to the backyard. Now I'm trying to find out if they had them in London. Because I want to know.
It's like I'll tell my kids, I was like, you know what our remote control looked like when I was a kid? Me.
Oh, they
I
have
was the remote control.
Oh my gosh, listen to this. They did have them in London. Baby airing cages were wire enclosures hung outside city apartment windows in the 20s, 30s, up as late as the 60s in the United States to provide infants with fresh air and sunlight. This practice was particularly popular in London, where organizations like Chelsea Baby Club distributed the cages to families without gardens to improve infant health. The trend declined by the mid 20th century due to changing social norms and growing health and safety concerns. No, I mean,
Yeah.
health, think about that. There was still coal heat too, so they're like up there in the coal smoke,
Yeah.
like floating in a cloud of freaking pollution.
Right. And just think about this too. You put your baby in the cage, right? You go about your house cleaning. All of a sudden it starts raining.
Oh my gosh. You're like, oh my gosh, yeah, lightning. Your baby's in a metal cage
Yeah.
15 stories up. What the
Right.
crap? It's like, no. I mean, listen, we still do stupid things like that today, just in different ways, right? Like one of the things that gets me about today, right? Today, are the people that put those stickers on the back of their minivans where it's like got mom and dad, and then it's got all little stickers for the children and the
kid
children's
and the
names
pet.
under them. Right, but it's got the children's names under them. So then you go to a
Right.
park, and all a pervert has to do is look at the back of the minivan to know the name of the
And they can say, oh, yeah, or they can say, oh, there's a husband in this house, or oh, there's no husband at this house.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And they could be like, hey, Chelsea. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know my name? Oh, I know your family. Because I just saw them pull into the freaking park with your name on the back of their car. That's just as freaking insane as a baby cage.
Yep.
That's nuts. And people think it's like, but it's cute. Okay, well, it's real super cute until somebody's got your kid's arm in a park.
Yep.
And then it gets considerably less adorable as time goes by.
That's right.
And they're people, and I'm not dissing the people on Etsy, right? Like, it's not necessarily their fault, right? But there are people on Etsy for a family pack of that stuff, and to personalize it, they're charging $175 for this person to label their child in public.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really common here, Vals. Like, any given park, or you go to freaking kids' sports game or whatever, and all of the kids are tagged on the back of their minivans. It's like, what are you doing?
And I mean, not even that, but you're advertising with bumper stickers where your child goes to school.
Yeah. Oh, that stuff freaks me out, man. And people get mad at me. Like when my kid was in more traditional schooling, right? They were like, why aren't you buying all the merch? And it was like, because I don't want to tag him for sport.
Right. See, I was always the one that, like, most mothers had, my child's an honor student at such and such school. Well, I was the mother who always had the bumper sticker that said, my child beat up your honor student. You know?
I had a feeling you'd have that sassy one. Because you still get to talk about your child and be sassy and also not tell anything about where they're in school.
Mm-hmm.
Or what grade or whatever. Yeah, it is crazy that they do that with the stickers to me. And it I don't understand why, when I have talked about it in the past, some people are like, no, you just don't understand. I'm like, I mean, first of all, I'm really glad that you have lived in a world so safe up to this point that this doesn't bother you, but you need to wake up a little bit too. Like,
yeah.
I'm glad your life has been so safe that there's no part of you that thought twice about this, but now you got to think twice.
And honestly, whenever the family stickers come out, at first I didn't think nothing of it. I was like, oh, how cute. And it
Ooh,
took me a minute, and I was like, "Oh, wait a minute, that's not so cute."
no. Yeah, no, right away. Like the first one I saw, I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, because I was one of those kids, right? So, I mean, and this was a longer time ago, right? Where several different times my mother had to be pulling on one direction while somebody was trying to drag me out of a grocery store.
Yeah,
That
you know,
happened more than once.
my kids used to always get mad at me because I didn't put their school bumper stickers on my vehicle. And they just never understood why. Well, number one, I don't care for like bumper stickers.
Yeah.
But number two, I'm like, hello, why would I let everybody know where you're going to school?
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you guys don't have those there. You guys are smarter, you see. Take care of your children's. You know, when they, I mean, we've got a lot of nuts things going on here in the States anyway, right? Like
Yeah.
what was it, 5 years ago, they literally started making bulletproof backpacks and stuff. That's not a joke.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy
Yeah.
a bulletproof backpack for your third grader to carry to
Mm-hmm. Or,
it's like,
doing, monthly active shooter drills with your kindergarten students.
yeah.
You know?
Oh, that messed my kid up because
Yeah.
there was a messed up young man that was a first year music teacher when kiddo was in kindergarten, and he held a drill, not a school-wide drill, the first day of music class with the kindergartners, and the teacher didn't know. And I was so glad that my kid was a kid that talked to me, right? Because he wasn't organized at all, and he did some creepy stuff. And it was because he was scared for them, but he like acted like they were high schoolers and they knew what they were doing, and told them all, I'm not joking, he told them all to run and hide. And then he went through the room and went, nope, I can see you, bang. This was like the first week of kindergarten for my child. And he came home and said, Mama, I didn't hide good the first 2 times. And I was like, what are you talking about? And went straight to the teacher. And now his kindergarten teacher was lovely. And she was like a 35-year teacher, And she was like, what? I mean, of course she had to play it cool, but her face like went stone white with rage. Right? I was like, yeah. What had happened is that music teacher was like a first-year teacher, and they had something go on at his university the year before that had upset him. So he was trying to be proactive, but he did everything super wrong. And my kid, and now they've also started doing studies around here where they say, of course, it's much better, like in some ways, to be safe than sorry. However, the drills cause as much emotional harm sometimes to the children as the active shooting situations do, because they still believe that something's really wrong. It messes with their heads and psyches. So there are some kids falling apart just from the drills, right? Just like, I mean, I can't imagine, my folks, right? Because, or I guess it wasn't my folks, but it was like their older siblings, my mother's older siblings, right? They had to do the duck and cover bomb raid desk things in school during the wars, where they would, watch that duck and cover video. And then they'd say, when the air raid sirens go off, you have to get under your desk and put, this over your body, and like that's pretty intense stuff. Whereas when I was in school, thank goodness, knock wood, there was not anything quite like that. We had fire drills, we had tornado drills, things like
But
that. Yeah, I don't know what the answer is here. Well, I mean, I have opinions that I'm not going to voice on the internet about what the problem is here, um, but you know, like drills are important in some cases, right? Because like if it's a tornado, you need to go to the basement and not run outside, or you're going to get blown away where I live, you know. And when it's a fire, you need to know to go outside, especially if you're a little kid, right? And where to find your classmates and things like that. And of course, you know, with the things that are going on here, your kids need to know, right? They need to know um, if there's a shooter, like where's safe in the classroom and what to do and to lock the door and all that stuff. But you know, the other problem is the most recent one that's happened in the States to young people, right? Those young people had been drilled and drilled and drilled in their school, right? It was a little Catholic school. It's a Catholic grade school in Minnesota. And that's already been this year, right? It was the second day of school. They were in church. Well, they had never done an active shooter drill in church. They only had done it in the school building. So those little kids didn't know what to do because nobody ever imagined they'd need to be doing an active shooter drill in church. So they didn't know what to do or where to go, which is hard. It's just hard. And that's the other problem too with like the internet and the publication of like what they're doing, right? They have all this stuff on the internet about how to do a drill. Well, then the people that are the bad guys study the drills and figure out how to work around it. Like it's like there's got to be some way to keep some of it quiet. Some sort of protocol to put in place where somebody can't publish it on the internet what they're doing so that they can't walk around the system. It's just nuts. And the internet, you know, I love the internet. We're literally on the internet right now, and I'm delighted. We wouldn't get to talk to you in Ireland if we weren't on the internet. But, you know, it makes it so that, like, some of these guys and girls that are shooters are like heroes because they get a whole bunch of attention, like around the clock coverage. And people that are broken in the head and in the soul who've been hurt themselves so badly and want attention and can't figure out how else to get it, like start to think that those people are smart and that they should be doing what they're doing to get that kind of attention. And it's just, I don't know, it's just hard. But you know, right now our government's shut down, so they're not working on that. Although I will say, though this might be the first time I've ever said it in the last decade, 2 thumbs up to the Supreme Court yesterday. I will say that. 2 thumbs up, Supreme Court. 2 thumbs up. Waited for the government gap to pass something that our in charge gentlemen would like very much. And they have done nothing but kiss his patootie. And they opted to not yesterday. It was like, ooh, somebody got brave. Who's the brave one? I'm trying to remember. I asked, and this is the deck that we're getting, but I'm trying to remember what we were going to read on Vals. Was it about? It was about school. It was about. I need to clear the energy because we were just talking about other types of things at school here. Here, let's put this little Mamba Jamamba here for a second. Isn't that cool? This is something new to me. It's selenite's kissing cousin. It's such a high salt content. Let's clear it. Maybe I'm going to actually fully clear because I don't want that energy to interfere with what we're doing. Did I bring a lighter here, though? That's going to be a problem. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, well, I need a lighter. Hold on 1 second. Woohoo! I'm always shocked. I'm always way more prepared than I think I am. And then I go looking for the stuff assuming I'm unprepared. And then it's like, no, you actually prepared, dum-dum. But it doesn't matter if you prepare and then you don't think you did. I need some Palo Santo in the worst way. Like, look at this little thing. Let's clear the air. Please let the energy of the conversation we were just having disperse. And thank you that we were able to have such a conversation, but please help the energy of that go out and be healed and rejuvenated. And please help any new space that is cleared be filled with the love and guidance, protection, healing, and truth of God's source. Please and thank you. I'm just going to do the whole desk here. And probably my big fat mouth needs to be cleared. Need to open that window right quick.
Just to let you know, I'm here, but I'm going to mute myself because I'm like listening and crafting. So,
Well, tell us first what you're crafting.
oh, I'm just making some like little gumdrops for my gingerbread house.
Would you pretty please tell Val about your gingerbread house?
Sure.
And while you do that, real quick, I'm going to put the name of your channel back up. This is Pixie's channel. DIYs on the cheap. She does some cool crafts. I'm going to open a window.
So, Val, I bought like one of those little kids' outdoor playhouses. And I actually turned it into a gingerbread house for a Christmas display on my porch. Yeah, I was proud of it. I think it turned out really cute.
It's adorable. Tell her about the ornaments, though. That's so cool.
The ornaments, which ones?
The big ones you're going to make.
Oh.
On the cheap, which is a good idea.
So I was trying to figure out, the huge extra large ornaments are so expensive, but I like them because they fill up a lot of room. They fill up a lot of space. So I was trying to figure out how I could do that cheap. So what I have done is I got some of those clear, they call them Bobo balloons. They're like clear, thick balloons. So I got some of those, and then I got some pastel regular balloons. I put the pastel balloons inside the clear one and then blew them up. And so I was able to get these big 12-inch balls for the Christmas tree. Which, I mean, is really going to come in handy, especially when you have a 9-foot tree and you don't want to spend a lot on ornaments because they get expensive. I have before. I mainly just craft for myself, but I have been known to, if somebody really likes something that they saw, I have been known to make it and sell it. So, what's kind of ironic is I haven't always been a crafter. I really didn't pick it up until my mother passed away. Because my mother was a big crafter. And the way I had started was I ended up making a lot of things for my wedding myself to save money. But it also made me feel closer to my mom when I crafted. So that's kind of how I really got into it. Which maybe I can talk. Poppet's got a picture of my gingerbread house. Maybe I can get her to throw up there so you can see. I think it turned out really cute. A lot cuter than I expected. But I'm also, like my channel DIYs on the cheap. I like to craft, but I'm also very thrifty. So I like to show people how they can make things with like Dollar Tree or dollar store stuff that looks just as good.
Okay, I am trying. Let's see. I'm trying to screen share this. Let's see. Share screen. If I bring this up, I don't know if this is going to work out. Hold on here. Cancel. Let's see. What are my other options here? Your browser has blocked your screen. All right. Let's see here. What are my other options? It says I can share an image file. Okay, so I need to download that right quick. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to save it. gingerbread. Hey, Pigs.
Hey, yeah.
If you say if you send the, can you send in Google Chat? Let's see, hold on, ginger.
Yeah.
To hold on. If you send, can you send the carousel horse?
Oh, do I have it? Let's see. Yes, I'll find it. I've got it
That's what
somewhere.
I'm asking.
So, did you want me to send the gingerbread in Google Chat also?
Let me see how I do. I have the gingerbread right now. I'm getting ready to try and share it.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Okay, let me go find the gingerbread.
Okay, so here's gingerbread. Can everybody see the gingerbread? Oh, let me take down the DIYs on the Jeep.
Yes, I can see
There
it.
we go. Good. Okay. So this is one side of it. Now I'm going to take that one down and then I can share another one, it says here. Let's see. Nope, that's not what I want to do. We're learning technology. Okay. Nope. What did I just do? I knocked Pixie out. Hold on. That's not what I'm trying to do. And then here's Ginger 2. Ginger 2. Welcome to the stage, Ginger 2. What's cute about this side is right here on the windows, she's got lace and pink and stuff. And that's what she has on her house door, too. And then the pink mailbox is adorable. And this is like her just getting started, for the record. Like, she goes ham on this stuff. Yeah, she's a wonderful crafter. Like, you know, people channel so much through their arts and abilities. And like a friend that I have had for a long time that I guess would also maybe call themselves some similar to myself, like a medium. She does a lot of her like channeling in paintings, and some of her paintings are very spiritually attuned, which is fascinating the way it comes through. Everybody's always channeling divine, right? Like, you know, some people don't like it when I say this, but it's totally true. And it's that almost every time we have like an amazing idea, it comes from, it's a collaboration, right? It's a collaboration with the universe, the divine, God, deities of, you know, different spiritualities depending, but it's a collaboration where really wonderful creative ideas come, you know, as inspired from like God source, and then but we have to collaborate, right, and make it work in our brain and translate it into real things, and so it is a collaboration. Most things are like that, and some people get mad because they think it's like taking credit away from them, when actually it just means that they're really tuned in and you know, doing the lovely things that one can do when they are collaborating with God and the universe. Um, And so like some of us do that through writing or singing or performing, and or through different modalities. Isn't it cute? Now you mentioned oh, your son is laughing too. That's awesome. Question: are you a quilter, Vals? And hello, Adam. Hello, Adam. All the way from America. Okay, ask if the kids will be happy in their new school, please. And if I can trust them there. They seem nice, but you wanted to double check. Yep. Vals. So answer me this. Riddle me this. How many different kids would be at this time going to that school? Yay! Hello back. I'm sorry we didn't know you were listening. We probably would have had better language, but we're potty mouths here, so I apologize about that. The reason I'm asking is I would like to do real quick. We know what that happens when I say that. Sometimes it goes on a while, but I'd like to ask, how school would look in general for everybody. And then if we could do like just a card or two for each individual kid. Two, Adam and Daniel. Okay, so we're going to ask in the first one just about everybody here. Let's see. Kids will be happy in the school, please. And if I can trust them, they seem nice. Okay. And this is the school with your new friend, is the principal. And I mean, I don't want to give like your exact location away on the internet. I don't know that that's necessarily safe, but is there like a name we could call the school partially? Could we call it? What should we call it so I can ask? Ballet C. Okay. God in the States. Jesus. Please help me translate what I hear and see and feel as accurately as possible to be helpful. And this first question is going to be about the two boys, Val's two boys. And the question is a two-parter. So the first question we're going to ask is, oh, come on. I scrolled too far back. If the boys will be happy in the new school. And when we say the new school, we're talking about Valley C. So will the boys be happy at Valley C, the 8-kid school, the smaller school, Valley C, with the lovely principal? Will the boys be happy? You guys would like me to ask more general. Okay, so can you just show me how the boys will feel about Valley C? If they are attending Valley C, can you show us how the boys will feel about Valley C? Please and thank you. How many more shuffles do you guys want? 2? 3. Okay. Will the boys, how will the boys feel about attending Valley C for school? How will the boys feel about attending Valley C for school? I'm already hearing that there would be a little adjustment period because, you know, it takes anybody a little bit of time to get used to something new. But let's see. How will they feel about Valley C? Guys, do you want all of these that fell? This one? This one? This one? Do you want this one? No? Okay. Do you want this one? Okay. And then one more. Whoop. All right. We got more than one more. This one's on the bottom. Do you want this one? And do you want these two? Do you want this one? Are these clarifiers for these? Or do you want it here? Okay. Do you want this one here? Okay. So we're going to do clarifiers. Got it. Thank you. We need 3 more. Doodly doo. Oops. Well, things flew out. Where did that one go? This is the exact number we need. You guys always do this. This one? You need to put the other 2 down to clarify. This one? Is this one in the thing, but just not in the right order? Okay. Is this one next? Is this one next? Is this one next? This one next? Just go on the last card. Does it go inverted? This one upright? Okay. Sorry, when they fall down like 2 or 3 together, sometimes I'm not sure if like they were trying to get to one card in particular, or if they wanted them all. Usually they wind up wanting them all. Sure, just be careful. We're here and we can always rewind. Besides this, I'm going to take a look at it for a second here. Okay. It looks pretty good, I'm going to tell you. So, okay. It talks about it reiterates here just overall that there would be a little bit of a period of adjustment, but it talks about just from the jump. It talks about basically, through some persistence, which is, I believe, talking about like past schooling, and the fact that change is hard, right? So the persistence comes in where, it's hard to change, especially if you're somebody that likes things a certain way. However, in this new place, so many more of here, I need to make this, Pixie always tells me to make this bigger and I always forget. She's right though. This also talks about having the tools you need. So it's a little, different and tiring to, go somewhere new when you like, sort of a regularity and have a certain normal. But at this new place, there's going to be amazing new tools and ways of doing things that are going to be extremely beneficial. And then it talks about it being something to celebrate and it being something, a happy place where, so a happy little community for everyone with really good communication. Then it talked about a new path, like a clear path being formed. And at first it's going to seem, again, this is about a little bit about change being a little hard and it seeming like, oh, sort of fast change, right? This is fast change, but it's good change. And just a little bit of feeling like, and I'm going to get a clarifier here, but it's just, again, it's a little bit about like, ooh, this is fast change, but this is a really good path it's laying for me. I feel a little bit insecure because things are done, and they talk about it here too, relatively differently here. Let's see, can we get one more clarifier for that set, guides, please, and thank you for right here. Oh, it's so good though. So it feels a little scary because it's new and it is a lot, in some ways, a lot more straightforward, which means things can move faster and smoother, but it makes you feel a little nervous. But this is the card. Look at this successful card here. So things move a little faster because they're a lot easier for everybody where they are. But they're just not quite used to that speed of growth, but it's going to be really successful. Look, like this person is number one, like celebrating. This talks about there's going to be a lot more stability at this place. It's going to feel way more stable, and that stability, is in your favor. And then at the end, it's talking about this card is about walking away. But it is about walking away from something that that's not horrible in order to change, even for the better. So sometimes this card gets compared to, like, if you were talking about like biblical things about Moses being, an emperor, but going down in a basket because Moses had an even more big, important life waiting for him. So it's just about, changing for the better to become the better person and the stronger, happier person. And leaving, this was inverted, this is the Hierophant. It's about leaving things that are a little, that are traditional, right? So it's saying that this school is a little less conventional and a little less old school, but that means they have a lot more new, fresh, wonderful ideas about how to learn and how to teach and how to be together. So it looks really good. It looks really good. So the overall answer so far is change is hard for everybody. But this place is going to give amazing new tools where you were in a place where maybe you didn't feel like, you were the same or you had the same strengths as everybody, but you're going to get the tools to feel like you do have, that you're equal. You're going to have a good community where there's wonderful communication. If you're at that school, it's going to feel fast because the way that they learn there and the way that they teach there is much easier to do. And so that means learning and things are going to speed up. And at first that might feel a little intimidating, but in the end, it's really good. Everybody turns out to be a winner. It's going to be stable and in your favor. And yes, you'll have to, walk away from old school and probably things that you were used to and things that were really sort of stodgy and old school. But that's because you're going to a place where they're offering fresh new ideas about how to do and handle things. And that's a positive thing. That's a positive thing for everybody. Oh, Pixie fell out. Hold on a second. I saw that she fell out, but then I'm coming for you, Pixie. There we are. Okay, so let me shuffle. Let us look. We'll go in alphabetical order. We'll do Adam first and just guides. Can we just get just maybe 3 cards for about how Adam, specifically Adam, will feel about the new school overall? Ooh, that's already good. Oh, star. Oh, guides, do you want both? Yeah, okay, good. Oh, and this one's flipped over too. Do you guys want this inverted? Or can I read it straight up? Want it inverted? Okay, let me take a look then. Need a clarifier. Okay. Okay, so what this is about for Adam is we got the star, and that's about feeling inspired in this new place, inspired towards leadership and creativity and being able to, you know, sort of not be the teacher at the school. That's not what I mean, but being able to share knowledge with your fellow students. And so being inspired to be a leader and to think about new things. It says you can be a little stubborn sometimes about change, but then this is a special card in this particular deck. It's the Wow, You Got This card. It says, wow, you got it. So it's saying sometimes you feel a little stubborn about change, but you got this. So Adam, they're saying overall will feel inspired towards leadership and new ideas. And even though you feel a little bit like, I'm used to things a certain way, you got this. You don't have to worry about that kind of change. Let's see about Daniel. Let's see, what does it say? Guys, what does it say about Daniel in the new school, Valley C? Can we have a couple of cards for Daniel and Valley C? Now, of course, this is if they go. This is assuming that they go. Did these fall out on purpose? No, I don't think so. I felt like I shook my hands a little bit there. Show us about Daniel and Valley C. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on now. Let's see. My hands are shaky or something. Can you show us about Daniel? How Daniel will feel about this school. See, I'm just dropping things in big clumps. Okay, I'll slow down, guides. I'm sorry. Do you guys want these? This one? For Daniel? You want this one for Daniel? Okay. I'm going to keep going then. Okay, I hear you guys. Slow down. Okay. Oh, Daniel. How going to balance CV for Daniel? All of these? Okay, we go by one by one. Want this one? No. Why is that? You guys want me to change decks for Daniel? Try again. Let's see for Daniel. See what we're looking at. Do you guys want this way? Or do you want this to be the clarifier? Is that what's going on? Do you want it this way? Okay. Okay. So this is talking about change, right? But it's not going to be as rough of a change as you think. Oh, I need to add Pixie. I'm sorry, Pixie. Hold on. Welcome back. So this is talking about change, right? And in this case, it's still not bad change, but it's difficult change. But when it's this way, it's the change is not as hard and challenging as you think it might be. It's going to be a place where there's a lot of fresh creativity and new inspiration that makes you feel very excited and passionate. This is a special card in the deck. Things are easier than you think. So it might feel intimidating, but it's easier than you think. And then it talks about you can be a little bit fiery and passionate, and sometimes the word destructive is used with this card, but they don't mean it necessarily in a bad way. Just that you're very passionate and you will take things apart in order to put them back together in the right way. And that where at this school, that's a strength. Where in some places, people don't understand that, even though they should. They don't necessarily understand, hey, I've got to take this apart in order to understand how it works and then put it back together. Some people see that as just destroying something, but no, this is talking about in this place, they view that as a strength and they understand it. Okay, cool, Pix. I will share those pictures here in just a moment. Thank you. Okay. So Vals, you said I'm a minute behind. That's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna see. Do you need a minute to catch up? Because I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. And while we're waiting to catch up, because I know like if sometimes if you hit pause on a live stream, then you get behind. So I'll wait until you're ready. But this I can talk about in the meantime. This deck is by Kitten Chops. It says Kitten Chops right here. This is called the Playful Heart Tarot. I think she is a wonderful artist and so creative and whimsical and upbeat and colorful. And so she's got this deck, the Playful Heart Tarot, but I am such a big fan of her work. When I first bought this deck, I don't know if she still is, but at the time it was her first deck, and she was actually actually making the decks in her home, right? Printing them, and she chose wonderful cardstock too. But printing them, cutting them, boxing them, everything was coming straight from her home or her workspace. And I think that that's just awesome. And because I think that her artwork is amazing and she should be supported, I was always watching to see if she would have more things. And so this deck here is her most recent deck. It's called the Pip Speak Tarot because it's what's called a Pip deck. There's different types of tarot decks, but this is the type of attention to detail she gives. So this is the box. It has a drawer, which is so cute. This is the inside of the box. It's got pretty gold flecks that shine. It says hello. There's the back of the drawer. It's got just hearts and stars. And then this is the back of the deck, the Pip Speak Tarot. And then the art here is a little bit different, but she's got that gold metallic laced in to this deck. And the writing, the words are in French because Pip decks are a French style of tarot decks. Let me put this away here so I can look at the chat. And I'll share one other cute thing after I see what's going on in chat. Pip Speak. Let's move this back here. Okay. Yes, the second one was Daniel's. And so now that we're caught up, my question was, do you feel like those were fair representations of your boys and dear friends and children? Were they a fair representation of them? As individuals? Good. I'm glad you guys love the cards. I'm going to bring up this other one while I wait for you guys to catch up with what we're saying. So in the meantime, while I'm waiting for the pause to catch up, this is a middle deck. This was a second deck that Kitten Chops did. It's ginormous. She only did the major arcana in this deck because she wanted to translate her oil and acrylic paintings directly to cards. And so she did each card in this size. And then at the bottom, she put all of the sketches that she did, all of the art she did for this card, any idea she had, but chose, the one she eventually chose is the big one. And they're so cool. It's just awesome how cool they are. For example, this is the High Priestess. This is the one she chose. But these were other representations of what she would choose for the High Priestess. In this deck, I love the Empress. Here she is. The Empress is the mama of the tarot. This is the Emperor. He's the dad of the tarot, which I think is funny. They put a remote control in his hand like he's watching TV. And this is the Hierophant because he's teaching. And these are the Lovers. This is the Chariot. This is Strength, which is so pretty. She's hugging her lion. But these were some of the other ideas of strength. Magnets and them working out together. This is the Hermit, which is one of my favorite hermits of all times. It's a snail at nighttime outside of her shell, taking time to write and think by herself. This is the Wheel of Fortune and Justice. This is the Hanged one, the Hanged Man, and it's a caterpillar waiting to become a butterfly. This is the Death card, and these are just leaves falling off the trees in the autumn because it's about to be winter, but the tree is still alive and fine. These are just all so pretty. Let's see what the chat says. Was it fair about Daniel? I was just wondering, does Daniel like to sort of tear things down and rebuild them to understand them? Did that sound right? Because there was a little delay on his reading, so I wasn't sure if I needed to throw them again. Let's see. This is the Tower, and it's a bride and groom falling off of a wedding cake, which is kind of funny. Daniel's reading mean Daniel will be happy in the new school. He struggles a lot with the teachers currently. Let me go back and see what they were. I'm sorry, like my brain already has been like, what? Yes. I just needed to be reminded what they were. So, yes. So it was the Tower, right, which is always about change, and sometimes it can be sort of about dramatic change, but it was inverted. So it means it's not going to be, the change is not going to be as hard in this situation, and that in this new place, there's a lot of new creative passion waiting for Daniel. And then things are easier than you think, which means this will be a place where he's reminded, like, you got this. This is going to be easier than you think. It did talk about being a little bit stubborn and having a tendency to want to sort of break things apart. But at the end of the day, that is about trying to understand how things work, like sort of needing to tear stuff up to understand how it comes back together. But that at this school, that's a strength, not a weakness, and they understand that. So it looks pretty good. So, I mean, to be fair, it does look like it might be more challenging for Daniel than Adam in some ways. But that's partially, like, it's sort of saying that they are both very passionate people, but they're sort of express their passion in sort of different ways, from each other. They're just, everybody's different, and that they express their passion differently from one another. But that in this place, not only is it a strength, but that they understand in this place the need. They understand that the need to tear things apart doesn't mean you want to tear things apart. It means you want to understand how things fit together, and that you're somebody that challenges, everything. But it's not because you're trying to be naughty or mean. It's because you're trying to understand how everything comes together and works, and they understand that there. So it looked pretty good, in my opinion. And then I wanted to see, I didn't bring out the bottom of the deck card on Daniel's reading, but I said it looks pretty good in my opinion, and I flipped the deck over just to see. I was just curious what would be at the bottom, and it just says, yes. I said it looks pretty good in my opinion, and it said, yes. About the tearing stuff apart. I mean, some people don't understand that, right? And everybody's different. And, people sometimes take the need to break things apart to be strictly about being naughty. And sometimes when you have a really brilliant mind that thinks differently from other people, that's not at all what it means. It's just a different way to look at things. Let's find out. Will Daniel be, you mean at school specifically, right, Vals? Will he be happy in the long run? Guides, will Daniel be happy in the long run if they attend that school? Valley C. Will Daniel long run? Right now, shuffling, I'm hearing lately at the school he's been at, there's a teacher or maybe more than one teacher that doesn't seem to understand him. That's been, and it's been more of a challenge than in some other times because of this teacher or maybe teachers. Doesn't seem like it's everybody there, but it seems like there's one that's a little more, that's struggling to understand. They're struggling to understand each other. Will Daniel be happy in the long run? Guides, were these for Daniel about him being happy in the long run? These ones that just flipped? Okay, so this one flipped. Do you guys want this one inverted? Do you want this one this way? Guides, is this about what we were talking about with Daniel in his current school? Is this about Valley C? Is this about Daniel in general? Yeah. We got the Star, right, which is about inspiration and optimism. We got the Ten of Wands. Now, the Ten of Wands can be about sometimes refusing to accept help and wanting to do things on your own, right? Like, let me just do it. Get out of my way. Let me just do it. I don't want your help. But things look good, though. Things turn out well. Can I get a clarifier for this one, guys? Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, so they're saying like that sort of what they're indicating as like an independent spirit in this new place, in this place would be a way, the independent spirit would be something that's allowed to be expressed more openly. And we got the Eight of Swords, but it's inverted. So the Eight of Swords is usually about feeling like trapped and the whole world has trapped you, but it's really actually you have trapped yourself. But it's inverted, which means this sort of being unwilling to accept help in this situation because they understand independent spirits more. That's not going to be nearly as much of an issue. It's going to be a place where you can express joy and be quite happy, really. Need to let Pixie back in. Welcome back, I mean, of course, it's hard for all of us. Teamwork is hard for everybody, especially when we have strong ideas. And sometimes it takes the right team, right? Meeting the right team to be like, you know what? I can collaborate with you because you're willing to work with me. And so that's what this feels like to me. Is that fair, guides? That this would be a place where they would say, I understand you absolutely want to do it on your own, and I respect that. And there's so many things you can do, but there's some things we have to collaborate on. Yeah. And so that will be a much more comfortable fit because it's not considered to be a negative trait or an upsetting trait. Is that accurate? Yes. We all want to do what we want to do. And it takes a while to learn that teamwork is useful, especially if you're around people. And I get the feeling that like there's been a teacher or maybe more than one recently that isn't a big fan of independent spirits. And so while of course people have to learn in school, collaborate, it's something that we all have to learn. It depends on how your teacher approaches it, you know, the way you and you know, it seems like the teachers at the new place, you know, that people know, it's more important to them that people are individuals, and so they meet people where they are. I think that you sort of know that, though, just by interacting with this lovely woman who's praying for you. Okay, I'm going to try and bring those pixie pictures back. Oh, trust. Yeah, I knew there was another part of the question. I'm going to ask that in just a second here. I mean, I think, and I'm going to ask, I'm 1000% going to ask, but I do think that, I do think, just even based on the way, hold on, I've got to download some of these pictures from the Pixie here. I am downloading these pictures so I can share them.
Yeah, the pic of the carousel horse isn't the greatest, but I couldn't find the others. I think they're on my laptop.
Yeah, it was it's a totally different one than I've seen, but that doesn't mean it's still not cool.
It's the same one.
It's cool.
Same carousel horse,
Really?
just different picture.
I think
Yeah.
I've seen more than one of the. No. Oh no, no, that's what I meant. I've seen. I am saving the pictures. Oh, come on. There we go. My computer's like, slow. Yeah, I can totally, almost literally smell that, Val, about the principal isn't a fan of independent spirits where they are. Like, I can totally feel that. Oh, I'm still going to ask. Don't worry. I just was down. I want to share those pictures before I forget to share the pictures. Do. I'm going to share some of Pixie's pictures. Let's see here. Present an image. Let me go and find one. She blinded me with science. She blinded me with science. So this is the carousel horse she made out of a spring bouncy horse, which is super cool. Let me add another one. This one is a cool play kitchen that she made. Go gotta take some of these down so that I can put more of them up here. Okay, and these are some cool ornaments that she's made over the years. This is a super cool Halloween book, like from, oh my goodness, the witch movie, Hocus Pocus. So it's the cool Halloween book with the eyeball that looks at you. Take those down. This is a super pretty light box with a cute mushroom and light flowers. This is a bird cage that's so pretty. Okay, uploading more. This is a new skill for me. Okay. One more. Okay, and then we have these super cool pastel ornaments. This is one of my favorites. The Halloween, like a witch's broom and kitty cat moon. A dragonfly made of flowers, which I love dragonflies. And a birdie house. And again, all of these things can be found by joining Pixie's channel, DIYs on the Cheap on YouTube. Maybe not all, but many of these projects can be found there. And probably some others that I don't even have here. So DIYs on the Cheap. Let's bring Pixie back up. Okay, let's see. Okay, so now I'm going to ask, let's see. I need to ask if guys, can we find out, will Val's trust this school? Will Val's feel like she can trust this new school? Slid off mountain here. Oh my. Everything's flipping around. Guides to you. Are these the ones you want? Well, Val's feel like she can trust the school. Valley C. What flipped? See what's falling here, guys. Do you want this one? See what we got here. Okay. I'm not grabbing more cards because I'm hearing what they're saying. Okay, so they're saying in the past, okay, so this is a 7 of Pentacles, right? It's about having to like work so hard and like really dig in to make something have to work, but it's inverted. So it's saying this is not something where you'll have to like work as hard to make things comfortable for everyone. You got, again, the things are easier than you think. Now, the energy will be kind of fast moving when you first get there, in the sense that it'll be change fast. Now, it's good change, right? Your intuition about this person is correct. But when I stopped throwing cards, it's because they were saying, so in your case, because you've had to advocate and battle for your loved ones, your babies, for so long, in the beginning, you're almost not going to be used to being able to relax. You can relax, but it's probably going to take you a little while because it's going to feel unnatural that you don't have to constantly go to bat for them. You don't constantly have to jump in to advocate. So in some ways, just like all of us mamas, right, it'll feel like, oh, I don't have as much control here, right? But it's because you won't need as much control there. So it'll feel like fast and sort of foreign because you have had to spend so much time focusing on something. And so in the beginning, for you, that might feel really weird and make you nervous because, again, it's big change, but that your intuition about this lady is right. Let's see. I'm not sure about coffee can. Let me try to read what's in the thing. Yeah, I told her she's genius. A lot of times she doesn't listen to us. I think it's funny that you asked if she's Aquarius. I get why you asked that question. Actually, that's funny. She's a pretty she's a pretty realistic Libra, I will say. I think that her sort of fanciful side, because a lot of Libras I've known have sort of almost been like Disney princes and princesses. Like they start to go into the front yard and have like a bird land on their head and sing them a song because they have like a sort of inner romantic streak, not necessarily in relationships, just romantic in general about the world being beautiful. But she has like a more practical and balanced approach. She makes the beautiful things instead of insisting that the world just gives them. Yeah, you had to battle for so long. I'm in fight or flight a long time, constantly waiting on the phone to ring, etc., etc., etc. That'll make me nervous. I'm glad. It might take a while to relax fully, though. Great insight. Okay, you almost pressed me through insight. Well, I wish I could take credit for it, but it's the guides. Yes, Pixie's birthday is in 11 days. And her son is in 22 days. Oh, he's on a Scorpio cusp. Love it. Yeah. So I totally, like, when I was seeing like this right away, like I understood this card in this particular case, right? About it being like you have had to like work really hard to squeeze blood from a stone, right? You're not going to have to work that hard. Easier than you think. This is going to feel real fast because you're just so not used to things going smoothly. So it's going to be hard for you to trust that. But your intuition about the lady especially is right. And she's the principal, And they're saying right now too. I think you already know this about her, but they're reminding you that she is somebody that is all about communication. So don't be afraid even in the beginning to be like, how can I be involved to make sure things are going well? And I'm not, it's not that I distrust you. I'm just so used to distrusting the system so I don't want to be overbearing in a situation that's good, but I'm so used to fighting. So do you have any idea of how we can, stay in communication? They're also saying she's going to be great about staying in communication anyway. Now, I have not asked in this reading, are they going to go there? This question was if they go there, if you guys go there. But if you guys go there, which it feels pretty likely to me, last reading it seemed pretty likely, you just have to communicate with this person directly, right? Where these other people didn't really ever want to have to communicate. This woman is just waiting for people to express themselves and be clear about things. And so, you know, I think if you just said straight out, I'm nervous because I have reason in my history to be nervous. So, can we be in extra communication here in the beginning? And I'm certain she'll say yes. She might even say, hey, you know what? You want to participate in some stuff? I got some ideas. Because it's seeming like it's a pretty small school, right? So she has a lot of ability to be focused, you know, on people there. I get the impression that the other place you guys have been is a bit larger. And so even the really, you know, I think, yeah, they're saying that there have been some pretty lovely teachers there in the past, but that they don't just, their attention is more split in sort of in general. And that's not going to be as much of a situation in this other place. Yeah, they're even talking about where you guys have been, that there, I don't know if it was one teacher or more than one teacher, where you could see like they were really wonderful and they really wanted to help and were trying to help. But the system they were in, and I suspect maybe their boss, sort of prevented them from doing some of the things that you knew they would be totally willing to do, but the system they were set up in was one that was sort of blocking them from doing helpful things. Do you feel like that's true? I love that face. See, she turned 35. Weird face. I'm waiting for things to catch up because I think when she was driving, she hit pause. And you know how with lives, then that sets you behind. Yeah, we didn't ask that question, right? So it looked like it to me. But let's see. Guys, this is the deck you guys still want. Do you guys want this deck? This deck? Okay. Felt the energy slow down just a little bit here. And I wasn't sure if it was just me slowing down. It could be both, but we're going to try this one. Please give us any tools. Please help everything be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved. Please help me interpret to the best of my ability. Guys, can you show us, please? 2 more. 3 more. 2 more. Can you please show us in some way? Can you answer will these kiddos, are they likely, because we have free will and things change minute to minute, but based on what you understand right now, the situation guides, is it looking like they will be going to this school? It gave me exactly 5. So I'm going to take a look at what they gave me because that's just trippy because I want 5. Well, it's talking about new communication, new tools, which is interesting. These are almost the same cards about when we asked if they went, how they would do. Totally different deck, totally different shuffle, all of that. But we got about good communication, new tools, new leadership that's honest, passionate, flexible, and charming, which sort of sounds like um, the principle you've described. I need a clarifier for this one, guys. Yeah, it looks very likely based on, we have free will and if things could change, but new communication style, new tools. This talks about like a long road where you had to do it all yourself, which is advice one of your children got too. You don't have to do it all yourself. And that's hard to learn. But at the end of a long journey of doing it yourself, there's going to be a new beginning. So I would say, that's moving away from the old place and moving into the new place. And this is talking about the youth being in a more ideal, sensitive location. So I would say it looks pretty likely. Yeah, I knew you were behind. Like I kept thinking, should we just hold for a minute and I should just shut up so that like you can listen? Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. So is that true? Was the current principal, or have they blocked some good teachers from doing some good things? Because like that wasn't even like in the cards. That was guides talking. That's horrible. I totally believe that based on some of my experiences, but just curious. I don't know if your dad whistled a lot or what, because I'm hearing whistling again. Okay. Okay, good. I always just want to make sure that I'm tracking and aligning. I'm just a person listening to a lot of different energy, so. Good. That means that, like, if we're on track for one thing, we're far more likely to be on track for the other things. Yeah, and this other lady is like almost the polar opposite of that. Which is probably why they were talking about you're going to have to get used to like, even so they didn't ever say you won't be able to trust her, right? They just said they'll be so new. Like, being able to trust someone to communicate with you and things like that is so new that in the beginning it might feel like, oh, I'm not doing enough, and it's because you've had to do too much in the past in order to make things happen. Yeah. Yeah, she feels like the opposite. She feels like, I don't know. Do you know the movie Matilda, the children's movie? Because this, if you do, this new potential principal feels like Miss Honey, the teacher, and the old principal feels like the Ms. Trunchbull, who was the principal in that movie, who was not very flexible, right? So it literally feels like you're going from Miss Trunchbull to Miss Honey, which is a wonderful thing. And I mean, even you said at the beginning, this lovely lady is praying for you. And I don't think that's blarney. Some people might say that stuff and maybe not mean it. Oh, darling, I will pray for you. But I believe that this woman means it. I think they'll be happy there. Is your daughter younger or older? Because it makes me wonder if there would be a place for her in the new school, even if you don't, if that would surprise you. Well, Pixie, how dare. How dare you want sleep, you monster. Sleep, sleep beautifully, Pixela. I may be slow again tomorrow, but by Friday things should be back in their proper situation health-wise. Thanks for hanging out and sharing your pictures. Well, I hope people see them and come to your channel too. Though I'm sure you have plenty of traffic on your channel, but right. I understood that they were in different schools, Vals, but I was just curious because it sort of felt like maybe they could all be in the same school if it's this school. So yeah, it makes sense that she'd need somebody beside her, but it also seems like this other place might be a place where that could happen, where they could all be together. Love and light to you, darling lady. Ladybug Pixela. Yeah, I get the feeling she could, and maybe, I don't know, maybe it's right. Maybe it's not like the exact same time or something, but it feels like it. Let's see. Guys, is this the right deck to ask about about daughter going to that same school? Let's try this one real quick. If we get any information about if Val's daughter could potentially go to, we're going to call it Miss Honey's school, Bally's. You foresee it as a possibility that Val's daughter could go to Bally's. Half the deck. What do we have here? Let's just see what fell here. She wouldn't be as much of a flight risk. That's interesting. It says that immediately. There might be a delay. Moving on. And be less chaotic. So to me, it looks like it immediately said she'd be less of a flight risk there. There might be some delays. but that it would be a good place eventually for her as well. That came straight out. I was kind of surprised by that one. Maybe it's because they pay more attention because they have a smaller student to child ratio. Can you tell us anything else about Val's daughter potentially going to Valley C? Okay, they're saying there would be delays. Let's see. Do you have I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. Does she have a different father? Or does father argue with you more about her? Okay, that's what it said. So it talked about delays again, and then it talked about father being stingy, or let me get a clarifier on. Let's see, hold on. That right back in the deck, so I'm gonna find what they were. Okay, that's where there it was. I was like, what was? I need to remember what the card was. So it's talking about him sort of fighting about like making the decision to change what she's doing, what little girl is doing, and about wanting to sort of maintain some control. So it's not even really about thinking it's a bad idea. It's about it not being his idea. What else can you tell us about that, guys? So there'd be delays, and he has something to do with the delays. Let's see what we have. He likes to play victimhood a lot, and he's so caught up in his own securities. But it does say that there would be like a recovery and letting go, accepting help, and that disaster would be averted. And then the world card is here too. So to me, it's saying he would be the delay, but he wouldn't be able to delay that change forever. Is there any way that, like, what would be the way that would make him easier to deal with, guys? I don't know if that was exactly right. It probably was. What's going to change that makes it easier? Okay. Okay. So what this says, which is fascinating to me, because it came like right after you said a few things, but this is about a father figure or a male figure being able to be in, and it even said children's, in their children's lives, even though they're not close by, and they can provide a stable base. So at a certain point, changing the conversation to something like, hey, in helping me make this right decision, even from far away, you're totally supporting our daughter. This would be you doing something enormously helpful for our daughter. And this is something you can do from far away or nearby, and it will give her stability, and you would be giving her that. It's something that you would have to work at, in terms of communicating that. But eventually you'll get out of sort of the trap that he sort of binds you into. And he also is, for some reason, I don't know if this is going to have to do with court, guys. Will this have to do with court? He will have less tools at his disposal to interfere, less ability to interfere. So I don't know why that is, right? If since he hasn't seen them, I just read what you wrote. So since he hasn't seen them, if court will say, hey, you don't get as much say so here, in this situation, or what it is exactly. But number one, assuring him that even with the distance, the decisions he makes matters, and he should really learn about this place because it would benefit her tremendously. And it's something you would have to work at. But eventually it is a possibility. Yeah, that's why I said I wasn't sure, but something is going to make it such that he doesn't have as many tools to mess with you with. But this is about you getting out of the trap. And this is about him having less tools to bind you. Guys, is there any way to find out, like, why does he have less tools to bind her? Tradition. What would tradition have to do with having less tools? I understand that. Another clarifier. Okay. Something about sort of not being able to go the distance in terms of being like a stable base means that eventually he gives up. Well, first of all, I think even just through the school, you're already getting more support. I also know your dad's just like so there with you. But it is saying, like, number one, you can sort of eventually convince him. And they're saying now, too, they're saying, like, even knowing about the school itself will convince him. And that, you know, it is going to be sort of a puzzle for you to undo and work at a little bit over time. And that's okay, because it's going to take some time to sort her out at Miss Honey's school anyway, right? But you will be free of that eventually. And it has more to do with the fact that he I wasn't sure what tradition had to do with this, but actually what it says is he's not traditional, right? Like, he's not there. He's not like playing a traditional role in this situation. And so eventually, because of that, number one, you'll have more say just in general. And number two, it looks like he sort of gives up. And now that could be because he agrees. It could be because he learns about it and agrees. It could be just because he's like, doesn't want to do the work to, you know, find another solution. Could be because you guys sort of mend some aspect of the fence and he's willing to listen. But at a certain point, you're going to win. But they keep saying, you know, yes, that's going to take longer. However, um, you know, it's already going to take a bit anyway, just based on age and getting things sorted and seeing how the boys do, which it looks like they're going to be great, right? But I did hear she'll follow right. I just now heard them say she'll follow right behind. So I don't know if that means like the next school year or the next semester, however they divide it up. Well, I'm glad to know that, like, he's at least willing to be a supportive phone call, even if he can't do the other things that maybe he potentially should be doing. But you know, and maybe that becomes part of the argument is like, look, I let you stay involved and apprised of everything, even though you are in a situation where you've made decisions to stay away. And I'm, you know, forced to respect that. I am respecting that. So you're going to have to respect that I understand what's going on here. But you can always, I don't know if you'll meet someone soon. Guides, what do you think about that? Should we do a reading on that? Okay, so I don't know what you mean by soon. There, what I'm hearing at the moment is that, you know, this stuff, you know, housing needs to be settled, you know, school needs to be settled, those kinds of things. Because if you met somebody in one place and then relocate, right? So you want to have like a solid base before you meet somebody. And then I said, when I was talking to them, I said, like, that could take a while. And they said, no, sooner than you think. But you want to, they're sort of saying, don't put the cart before the horse a little bit. And then I said, would this be like this person you're talking about, this potential person, would this be somebody that's like, just sort of a next partner, or would this be like a longer term situation? And they're saying, if you like wait until those other things are settled, it actually, I was surprised, right? It looks like there is someone. Um, it feels like to me, guides, is this right before I say it out loud? Yeah, okay. That somehow through the new location you live, or through school, or that just community, being part of that is how you'll encounter this person. And you'll be able to observe them a little while, you know, to make a decision, you know, an informed decision about, you know, if you want to uh, date them, right? But there is something about joining this new community, and I'm not certain. I think it's both. So what I was going to say is I'm not certain if it has to do with the living location or the school, but it feels like it has something to do with both. Um, and and this is a very just small like piece of information that they're not willing to give me more information about, but it almost feels like someone from your new community might be like, oh my goodness, you have to meet my brother or my cousin, or that it's going to be somebody like, it feels like it could even be the new principal that says, you have to meet this person. Now that you're here, I'd like you to meet this person. It feels like something where somebody, once they get to know you, will be like, I have a guy. I don't, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a good while after. It felt way faster to me than I anticipated hearing. Like, I think, guides, is this someone that has she ever even met them before? No. And so, will they, like, not get together, but will they, like, meet or pass each other or something before the new year? Yeah. So it'll be somebody that somehow enters your circle, that because your circle changes, right, in terms of location and stuff, before the new year. I don't know that you'll be, like, together before the new year, but you'll be, like, encountering them and looking at each other before the new year. Didn't we I don't know if this was a joke or not, but didn't we talk about a dentist? Guys, is this anything to do with that dentist? No. Okay. No. But it is, like, they were showing me, even, like, to me, what it looks like. It looks like I don't know, I don't know anything about, like, where you are living or where you're hoping to move or anything like that. But it looked sort of like a little town center or a little town square kind of place. And it's like you're sort of hanging out there. I don't know if you work there or if it's where you go, and because of where the kids are in school, like, where you'll pick up your coffee between school and work or home, or if it's just a place is it a place she already hangs out and visits a lot? No, but it is sort of like a little neighborhoody place, like a little town center, right? Where I see, like, little shops. It doesn't look like a very big place, but there are little shops, and it just looks like an old time town square type place. And, like, you'll be encountering this person there. Chiropractor. Chiropractor. Guys, I asked about a dentist, so you said no, but that makes sense because there's no dentist. Is it the chiropractor? Does that have anything to do with the chiropractor? It's funny. It feels like it's somebody that the chiropractor knows, but I don't know if the chiropractor introduces you. The Does the chiropractor work at a town square? It almost feels like potentially you're just, like, in the area where they work, and you'll see this other person. I do think there's going to be an introduction, or if not, it's like you'll see them. Like, I keep seeing you see them in this square, like, the first time, and I don't think you meet then, but, like, you notice each other, and then somehow somebody says, "Oh, do you know blah blah blah?" Right, and there's an introduction. I can see it. I can't see the person. I'm not seeing the person other than, like, sort of across the street. My guide's not. That's because he's not quite close enough yet. Yeah, this is a smaller, even if it's in a big town, this is like a smaller, it looks like an area that looks, even if it's not like a tiny place. This area looks like it's the town square of a tiny place, if that makes any sense at all. Because where I am, we have a little over 2 million. And so in some ways, it's not a small town, but there are little areas that are like older fashioned areas where it's like it was an older town square at a certain point. So it could be, because I'm just looking at the place, right? So it could be something in the middle of a big city, but it looks like an old fashioned town square, or it is an old fashioned town square. And does that place have a, now I want to look that place up. Hold on. Because I'm seeing something so specific. Yep. Is it in County Mayo? Because this little place here, I'm going to turn the brightness down. This little place here, and then this place that says Belmullet Town Center. Oh, it's the same place. There's that chimney. I was seeing buildings that look like this. And this. Yeah, this looks like the right type of area that I'm talking about. This one says Belmullet, Ireland. The other one said Belmullet. Let me go back. It said Belmullet Town Center in a remote corner of County Mayo. And that's just outside of Shevlin's Paints, Furniture, Carpet, and Rugs with this little stone chimney thing. And then this is just one of the corners in that same little area. And this sort of looks like what I was looking at. In terms of just being a little town square. That's just the best way to put it. Yeah, I think you're pretty intuitive in general, but that place, that it looks a lot like that place. Guides, is it in the same place where that stone tower is? That she might meet someone? Is it in the same neighborhood as where that stone thing is? They said closer to the boats. I don't know what that means. Are there a lot of boats? Like right in that same area? Like, is there? Is there a seaside edge or something to that place? We're talking about holiday shopping too. It makes me feel like that might be the time you like first at least lay eyes on this person. Is that accurate, guides? I think it's interesting too that like I found that home like that sort of hardware type store place, which if you're redoing or sort of fixing up a new place, you would be there. It makes sense. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it makes sense. But yeah, something about holiday shopping. Oh, we're delayed still. I just got it figured out. I was like, what? I'm a little off. Okay. I am going to wait. So, I think we're about a minute apart from each other. So when you get to this point, just let me know. Here in a second, I'm going to say stop and then I'm going to mute. And so when you get to the point where I have said stop, let me know so that we're caught up together. Because I couldn't figure out quite what was going on. So, okay, stop and let me know when you've caught up. Okay, sorry about that. I stepped away in the interim. My dog was like, I need out. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see what you have said, Vals. Holiday shopping, that's neat. I'm at that point. Yay, caught up. I was so anxious around the chiropractor again today. He felt strong, kind, and caring. Do you get a sense he was building the energies or still remaining professional? I think, I mean, I remember that he likes you and is interested, but I also think he's just a little bit, in some ways, a bit of a nervous Ned about things in general. And I'm sure he's trying to be professional. Like, he doesn't want to lose his license by doing something stupid to a client. Hey, Naomi. Guides, what do we say about the chiropractor? Yeah, he's not the one they're talking about in the square. Like, it's a nice, fun thought and flirtation, they're sort of saying, but it wouldn't work out. I can't remember. Did we figure out if he's completely single last time or not? I'm asking. They're sort of like, when I ask, is the chiropractor completely single? It's sort of like yes and no. So, like, it's, I don't know what he's got going on there. I don't know if it's maybe not emotionally available, or if he's sort of seeing somebody. I think we had the same conversation last time, didn't we? Where it feels like he's, yeah, okay, there we go. There it is. He was shy, but there was someone else. Because he does, I mean, he feels like a nervous Ned. He feels just sort of awkward, right? Like, pretty girl, I'm nervous. But it does feel like, I don't know if, guides, is he like just getting out of something? No? Is he just getting into something? Yeah, like maybe, like, okay, so there's somebody else he's speaking to potentially. Feels like whoever this other person potentially is away. Like he could have an internet connection with someone, or what else could it be if she's away? Guys, is it somebody like he started dating and she moved? Have they started dating in person? Is it an internet thing? It feels like an internet thing. Like he has it feels like he has somebody that he's already sort of speaking with, but in some ways they're not like there or practical. That's why I keep saying it might be internet. So like they spend time together, but it's like not practical because she's sort of not like there. So maybe he's trying to decide, like, hey, I like this person, but they don't live here. Like, what do I do about that? Because he definitely thinks you're, like, attractive, which I can't imagine. Can you, being a chiropractor and also, and doing the job that you have to do, but also being attracted to the person you're doing the job on, like, and trying to be professional, but also, there's so much contact in that. Has he told you why did he move over? Was it originally for a girl or family? I have a tendency to like Canadians too. That's funny. I like chat rooms. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's what I thought. Mm-hmm. That's what it felt like. He's not really completely over her. That's part of it. I don't know if they're like still friends because she felt bad that he moved and they broke up, so they stay in connection. But he's confused about some things. That's for freaking sure. He's confused. That's really loud and clear. I mean, that job alone and having attraction is awkward. And then he's definitely confused, which would make him more awkward. Sorry, I apologize for eating something, but I got hungry. But he's just sort of confused. And I think it's always smart, if we can, to make sure that they know their mind. I think the guy that's coming in for you, I think he's going to be a little older than you. Let's see. Guides, what deck? The gentleman like in the future that she's not met yet. Is there anything you can tell us about that gentleman? Interesting. Okay. So I can tell you this right now. So the guy that eventually that you haven't met that's coming in for you right now, he's sort of resetting. Like he's sort of, is this right, guides? He's not, like right now, he's not dating because he's sort of cleaning himself up. He's finding joy in simple pleasures and just sort of enjoying the scenic route. He's optimistic, but he is working on he's working on himself, which is always a good thing to see in anyone, right? And he's sort of coming to the end of that and he's having success, right? Like the things he's done to sort of, he's slowed down. And I mean, I don't know after what, right? I don't know if he had a breakup or if he just was dating a lot or if he was working a lot. I don't know. But he's decided to, like, he's really been working on himself and focusing on the things that he needs to be the best version of him, which is like always a wonderful thing to see. And sometimes in the past, maybe he felt like wistful or sort of down, and he has sort of managed to eliminate that by sort of taking some steps back and not like rushing into anything, like not rushing into like work, friendships, romantic things. Like he's just sort of been in a period where he's been refocusing, and it's successful. He's moving slow, and he's moving slowly. He's moving slowly towards a next great adventure. This is sort of like a next great adventure, but he, for whatever reason, and it feels like a really smart choice. And I'm not hearing anything like major drug addict in rehab. No, this is like somebody that was like, hey, listen, I've just made rushed choices in all ways. I've never paused to like work on myself just because life, moves too fast. So he's taken some time to work on himself, and he's peaceful and he's having success at that. And he's slowly moving back to the point where he can have. So to me, this almost looks like he did take like a dating break, or guides, or has he, is this a new thing, or something that he changed, or has he always been somebody that was willing to work on himself? Was he always willing to work on himself? And is it just that he's like taking his time to get ready before even really having relationships? Yeah, it's a little bit of both. Like he has a good head on his shoulders, I can tell you that. And um when he is not when he's in between things, because I don't want to just say relationships. It's not just about relationships for him. It's like when work has been really busy and life has been really hectic, he's very smart after those times and takes a step back instead of making decisions recklessly, or just charging on to the next thing. He takes time to recuperate, to evaluate, to get to know the new version of himself, because we're all constantly growing. And this is a successful thing for him. So he has been doing that. He's at a point where he's slowly moving towards like sort of socializing and those things again. But that's what he's been doing. Which honestly, I mean, maybe I'm just getting old, but good God, doesn't that sound like a good option? Somebody that's not like, I don't know, so desperate to be with somebody that they just pick whoever they encounter, or they fall in love super fast because they don't know themselves or they're not happy in other areas of their life. He's happy and peaceful and on really solid ground, and always wants to be in that place before he makes decisions to add new people to the equation, whether that's friends or romantic interests or whatever. And yeah, that would be really good, they're saying, for you too, just because you've been in a sort of nonstop flurry of constantly, you know, just it's never ending right now for you in recent times. And so first of all, to encounter somebody that knows how to do that, right? That knows how to step back and wants sort of a slower pace, but still is having a delightful time in life, and would respect maybe the need, if you had the need to do that, certainly, because understands that it's an important feature. And then also maybe, yeah, they're saying he maybe at first might move too slow for you because you're used to sometimes things moving too fast, which totally I get. I've done a lot of that in my past. But that he is like, when you meet him, you'll figure out he's worth the wait. Sometimes it'll feel like, what are we waiting for? And it's like, he's not actually waiting for anything. He just takes his time. He's learned over time to take his time. I do think he is a little older than you. Guides, is he more than 10 years older than her? I think he's right at 10 years older than you. I think he potentially could have a grown child, or, an almost grown child. It seems like, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of children. And there's not any young children. He feels like water to me, which is interesting. Because I would have automatically thought like earth with this type of energy. But he feels like a water sign, primarily. How do you do with them? He doesn't feel like a Scorpio. So it would be like a Pisces or a Cancer, I guess. It feels like Pisces. I always have too. But of course, as I age, it's like, at what point do I choose people my own age? Because how old am I willing to go as I age? They won't seem so old if I'm older, probably. Well, it feels like if they're not grown, they are almost, right? And it doesn't feel like there's a lot. It feels like there's potentially one. And if it's not his child, then he's like a really solid uncle to someone or something. There's a child in his life that he's participated heavily in helping raise. But again, child is the wrong word. It's a teen or young adult. And it's a boy. I do think it's his kid. I'm a Cancer too, girl. He didn't feel like one of us, but he feels like water. When is your birthday? I'm a Cancer. When's your birthday? I'm in July. I'm in the middle of July. Oh my gosh. Okay. We are 5 days apart. So wait, does that put us in the same week even? Because they do week by week. Let's see. Actually, I'd have to count from the beginning of Cancer here. Let's see. So hold on here. Okay, you're at the end of the 3rd week. I'm at the beginning of the 4th week. I'm interesting. Now I'm curious. I am I'm a Cancer, Libra, rising, Sag, Moon. I'm everything but frickin' Earth. It's interesting too because my child, who I've had a few lives with, is a Sag, Libra rising, Cancer moon. Cancer, Gemini, Gemini. Ooh. 2 sets of twins, girl. Yeah, see, Libra's air too, but yeah, I have a like an alarming amount of air in my full chart. And actually, I don't have much fire aside from my moon. So I have a lot of water, air, and earth, so I'm muddy. So the Scorpio and you get each other in some ways. And the Aquarius you understand because you can observe them. And then the Gemini is where you butt heads probably. But, oh yeah, you have all that Gemini in your chart. But yeah, still, there would be some head butting. Not necessarily in a bad way, though. My favorite person in my life, like for, I don't know, the first 20 years was a Gemini grandmother. I don't think I have any Gemini in my chart. I have a lot of Libra. I have a lot of Virgo. I have a lot of other water. There's headbutting. Yeah. Man, he's all emotion, huh? Sun and moon are water. I have a brother that's an Aquarius. We are an interesting contrast. I feel like with the Gemini, it probably depends on which twin is talking. Because they're pretty close. Like, I mean, they're pretty close to us sign-wise. In terms of the timeline, anyway. They're clumsy. Well, they're pretty young too, aren't they? Yeah, it's interesting. They really do. My brother had to be like well into adulthood before he would even acknowledge that he didn't have it all figured out. And even still, that's a hard thing for him. I can see like his whole life, the internal panic, right? I can see it because I've known him for so long, but he won't own it ever. They also tend to believe now because they are very different thinkers. They're some of the most unusual thinkers in the zodiac, really. But because they believe that that's the only way to think, which is interesting too. That's interesting. He's definitely my brother, and I don't know really the rest of his chart. So he's definitely, of the two of us, not the one with something like ADHD. I'm more that person. I don't have ADHD. They want me to. They keep testing me for it, and I keep not having it. But they expect it. But I also, talk to dead people. So I'm sort of just a weirdo from, the jump. Right. And what's so crazy to me when it's like, and again, I don't think like because the chart is so complicated, and Aquarius isn't just an Aquarius. They have such, so many other things in their chart. But the thing about just like, if you're talking about straight Aquarius energy, when they're such alternative thinkers and they know they think differently, you'd think they would be able to think around the fact that thinking differently, other people thinking differently from them, is a good thing too, when they know they think very differently. You would think they would be able to logic that one out, but they don't seem they don't they don't seem to be able to sort that one out. Well, the Cancer is the mother of the zodiac, so I think we pay attention to everyone. Yeah, it's so funny because they technically have the logic. I think they just don't want to acknowledge it. I think some of them must surely know that the other kooky thinkers are awesome too, but they just don't want their way to not be the best way or something. I don't know. And it's like, it is the best way for you. You can totally say it's the best way for you. You just can't say it's the best way for everyone. No one can. Yep. Yep. Because, part of the allure is being the coolest, craziest thinker, right? And if other people are doing it, then it's not special anymore, which is ridiculous. Yep. Yes. At least that's my experience. Now, because of that, my Aquarian brother is very successful. Whereas I had success in the areas I've worked, but I only ever compete against myself. Which corporations don't love that. They want to pit us against each other. So they have a hard time with me sometimes. Whoever else is here watching, please feel free to say hello if you're up for it. Yeah, I compete with myself, right, for my last best whatever, but I don't need to. I'm sure I need a million other types of validation, but I don't need to feel superior in any way to anyone else to get my validation. Yeah, that came across a little bit in the cards. And when you're a young, really, a young kid too, like that's a really hard thing to accomplish, especially when there are adults that are not flexible when they should be, especially adults that work around children. It's ridiculous when they're not flexible. But I think he's met some of them, your kiddo. Wow. Scorpios, I mean, maybe internally, I don't know. But they don't. Um, I mean, I'm sure they like validation, but they give themselves plenty internally. They sort of always are like, I'm a badass. I don't need you to tell me I'm awesome. I'm a sexy badass. I don't need no stinking present. I'm already cool. Hmm. Yeah. Of course he has a sting. My God. But that's also sort of what makes adult Scorpios kind of hot. Right. Probably because he feels pretty secure about himself in a lot of ways anyway. Oh, I had a major Scorpio addiction problem partner wise, like all through my teens and 20s. And then it slowed down for a while, and now they're back. Yeah, I've had a lot of Pisces friends and partners and roommates and I don't know if I would go so far as to say narcissists, but whereas the Aquarians like to believe they're smarter than everybody else, the Scorpios like to believe they're cooler than everybody else. I also have had a lot of Virgos, but I have a fair amount of that in my chart. But I've had a fair number of like Virgo partners also. And then ridiculously, my co-parent, my child's father is also a Cancer. Our birthdays are 2 days apart. That kid is waterlogged between a lot of us. I tell you this, right? So with Virgos, they say, like it's based on Virgin and that kind of thing. Back then, a virgin wasn't like how we would describe it now, right? It was desirable, like the most desirable thing and like the most alluring thing. And Virgos, when they decide to do anything, oh boy, do they do it. So they are fantastic lovers, which is amazingly, like, people are always surprised by that, but oh my God. Because when they decide to do something, they're going to do it right, no matter what that thing is. Cancer for me, it was especially at a time in my life when we met, where even though he's quite a bit older than I am, we just were, he was in a place where somehow, in some ways, he was sort of behind me in terms of learning. And so it was really comfortable for me because I just sort of knew what to expect. I knew where he was. I had been there. So even if I didn't always like the choices or whatever, I understood them. I could wrap my head around, and still can wrap my head around the things he does. The blind leading the blind. That's probably why it was fun at first too, though, because nobody was trying to like cut to the front of the line, right? So it was probably pretty easygoing in the beginning. Maybe not functional, but like easygoing. I've had a lot of Libra friends. I don't know if I've ever had a Libra partner. I'm trying to think about that. I don't think I have. He's not traditional and can't commit. That's interesting. To me, that sort of means that at a certain point in his life, because since they're like balance, 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 right? At a certain point in his life, he was probably like enormously romantic and committed, and that something went wrong with that. So now he's like swung the other direction. Yeah, see, that makes sense to me. So he was like, okay, I'm going to try the opposite thing because that didn't work out. Because all the Libras, again, I've not dated one, but all Libras I've known, like the girl, I've like had a couple of female Libra friends that are like, I swear they just think that they're going to go outside and sing and a bird's going to land on their shoulder and help them finish the laundry. Like there's some aspect of romanticism that's not rooted in reality that I saw over and over and over again. Right, because it was supposed to be happily ever after. And when that didn't work, it was like, okay, I'm not doing that again for a while because it was too big of a crash. Well, like my Libra friend that I'm thinking of too, like it really was a lot of like, it felt a lot of the time, and she knows this, like, and I'm not talking about Pixie either because she's really unusual. But the friend I'm talking about, it was sort of almost like she felt like everything was a movie. Like if a man said something she didn't like, she would like slap him like she was Scarlett O'Hara. And it was like, I don't know how you think that's okay, first of all. And second of all, somebody's going to sock you back one day. Like, this is not the movies. This is not the movies. And everything was a movie. Even the way she dressed. And I'm a Libra rising, so I probably have some of that going on in some ways I don't understand, but just not in, I guess, the direct ways. But yeah, the Libra friend I'm talking about, like she, like it always felt like she was wearing a costume too, right? Like one day it practically looked like she was like a little Dutch girl with like braids, and or like she was Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz or something, and like a little sundress, way past the age where that was cute for us. And then the next day she'd look like she was trying to be, it just always looked like a movie costume. That's the best way to put it. I don't know how else to put it. Oh my gosh, that was my job for many years, actually. I toured in national and regional tours, except for I performed, I sang and danced, and then I directed a lot and choreographed, and I'm a playwright. I'm a published playwright. And so but I did that for the first, like, because I started really young, really, really young. So I did it for like 30 years. But it doesn't surprise me that he works in the theater doing lights and organizing shows. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. No, it was the only thing I loved. I loved it more than most people and chose it over most things. But to live on a tour bus, you better like it. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm serious when I say I started before kindergarten, right? And I guess I'm going back sort of now. But I took a long break between health stuff and early motherhood. It was the only break. I don't think people ever thought I would take a break ever. And motherhood was the only thing that could stop me, apparently. And then I thought, I guess I'm not going to go back. But just like it's been in the last like 8 months where it's like, oh, yeah, we're going back. Isn't that interesting? I thought we were done. Yeah. So I had like 33 years in before my 35th birthday. Like I was working as like a really, really little person. Yeah, I guess. It's good to know what you like doing, right? Like everybody in life I think gets to have some things figured out, right? And for a really long time, I didn't really know what kind of partner I wanted to have. I didn't really know if I cared about a house versus apartments, I didn't really know um a lot of things. I couldn't figure out a lot of things about what I wanted or needed, but I always knew what I wanted to do for work. Whereas some people never can seem to find anything for work that's a passion for them, but they absolutely are just super like locked into a particular relationship and a family dynamic that's either traditional or non-traditional, but it's the thing they're locked into. Or they have a million different hobbies and interests, and I just couldn't do any of that. Like it was the only thing I wanted to do. Yeah, I always wanted to be a mom and have loved it. And it came later in life for me because I wasn't supposed to be able to have children. So I'd had foster children for a brief stint in my 20s in my life. But and sort of a stepson. And then it was a big surprise. Yeah, the foster mom was sort of, I mean, something I was thinking I would always do because I couldn't have kids. But then, like, it happened because it was a boyfriend at the time's sister's children. And um, and I was pretty young. And I know a lot of people have kids young, but I went from having 0 kids to 3 full-time daughters, all under the age of 6, like overnight. And that was a lot. And it felt like as soon as I had it figured out, they had to go back, for reunification with their mom. So that was interesting. But they were cute. They were called Hannah, Haley, and Hope. But literally, it was like boom, overnight. Like here they are. And I was in a show and had to say, I have, like, this is happening right now. So you guys either have to send my understudy on, or I have to bring these children to the theater every night, at least for the next couple of weeks until I figure something out. And they were like, bring them. I was like, well, this is amazing. So that worked out. Hells, I was like 22, and it was like, I know a lot of people have kids that age, but again, it was, a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 10-month-old, like, boom, we'd never met. and they were in my house full time. So that was a lot at the time. They did. We did really well together. And I knew I wasn't going to get to, keep them forever, right? But I did think we were going to have more time together because I honestly, their mom was kind of a mess, and she went to prison. So I sort of thought I'd have longer with them than I did. But yeah, they wound up being theater kids, and we sort of didn't have a choice. And only one was school age, so like the strange hours weren't too much of a problem, except for with her, we had to figure some stuff out. How does school work there? I was meaning to ask that earlier. Did the kiddos go to school? Yeah, I was quiet. I'm sorry. I see your dot. No, I just went quiet for a second because I was sitting there thinking, how do they organize school where you are? Do they go to school throughout the summer? Is it in trimesters, or do they do 2 semesters and then have summers free? Yes. Yes, I am tired, and eventually I will be caving, but I was wondering that earlier when we were reading, like how school works where you are. Your dot. Yeah. No, I went silent because I was sitting there thinking, I wonder how they do school in Ireland. Okay. So same as here, it seems. I know some places sort of go year round, but so they take it in trimesters instead of semesters, and just take sort of longer vacation times. And then at 12, do they go, do you have something like, here we call it middle school? Oh, okay. So secondary school starts at 12. Yeah. So here, the only thing that's different from the things you just mentioned is there's a middle sector, right? So they do primary would be kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Then typically sixth, seventh, and eighth is in something they would call like a middle school or a junior high. And then secondary school would be ninth, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. So they just have a midsection for the preteens, sort of. They don't throw them in with the older teens. Junior class, senior class, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Cool. Yeah, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. I had a partner who was from Trinidad, which is a small island in the Caribbean. And they, at least when he was doing school, and then he was a professor at a university, so it was year round, but they had long vacations between the segments. Yeah, I wasn't sure how it went there. I went early on to a parochial school, so it was a little different because they had kindergartners through eighth graders all in the same school. And then it didn't change until all girls high school. It's like being a dairy girl. Americanized version of a dairy girl. Yeah, that's how it was for me. And so, except for at least in the TV show Dairy Girls, one boy makes it into their school. That didn't happen where I went. Where I am in the Midwest, when all of immigrants came over, I mean, it was an enormous Irish settlement. My gran was born, I think I mentioned that, like in County Clare. And on other ends of the family, there were more generations there, but almost all of them come from from where you are. All of my family almost. Only a little bit. I've only caught a little bit of Mrs. Brown's Boys. But I watched a lot of the Dairy Girls. But yeah, when they came on, I was like, wow, there's just not much difference. The nuns weren't much different where I was. the situation wasn't much different. Well, we have a handful of people watching, but they are snubbing us, or they're bots. I'm not sure. Or they're just quiet people, which I should respect. I'm sorry if I've insulted anyone. Whomever is here watching, thank you for watching. I think I am going to crash, Vals, because where I am, it is dawn. This is my email. If you ever need to get a hold of us while we are away, because between health issues and things, we disappear, but are often available away from YouTube. So please feel free to message. I'm going to disappear real fast, though, because I realized I am crashing. When you sent the dot, I thought, yeah, I'm getting a little spacey. So I'm so glad to see you again. I hope we see you again soon. I hope we're here again soon, that everyone stays well. She and I both crash a lot, but we'll get to there. And I'm always doing readings offline. So if you ever need anything, please use the email. But I am going to poof really fast now, I have a feeling. So love and light to everyone here. Vals, thank you so much for hanging out. You're always so much fun. I know Pixie was having a good time. It was probably hard for her to leave, actually. So please take care of yourself and your babies. Keep us updated. Hopefully we'll see you sooner than later. And to everyone else that happens to stop in, love and light to you. I hope everyone's doing well. And I look forward to talking to everybody later.